right, we have a quorum of council in the chambers, so I am going to call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities to order. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson is not in the chamber. Councillor Louis. Present. Councillor Stevenson. Here. Councillor Deal is not in the chamber. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Reimer is in the chair. Councillor Maggs. Here. Councillor Ball. Present. Councillor Carr is not in the chamber. Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova is not in the chamber. You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 items on the agenda today. As you may remember, at the regular council meeting yesterday, it was agreed to begin today's standing committee meeting hearing from speakers on item 1, Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. We will break at 12. We will reconvene at 1 p.m., but not on the Grandview plan. We are going to allow the second and third items to go. So that would be building a senior center in South Vancouver Sunset area and the RCMP Fairmont Lands Policy Planning Program. And then we will resume with Grandview-Woodland speakers once those 2 items are complete. If you are trying to follow along with all this remotely, you have the option of following at Van City Clerk, where the number of the speaker that we're on and the item is posted. There's also a webcast at vancouver.ca under the council meeting section. What else do you need to know? Yes, there are a few brief rules since we're going straight into speakers. For the benefit of folks here, we heard the presentation yesterday and asked quite a few hours of questions about it so that we'd be prepared to hear directly from speakers this morning. Council, if you do have questions for staff on Grandview-Woodland, because it will be a very long stretch before we get back to staff on questions, I would really encourage you to email them to staff so that staff can be prepared and may even be able to email you a response to help maximize time for speakers. The staff person you are emailing to is Kent Monroe will be the person receiving your emails and making sure you get a response. Before we begin, I'd also like to remind everyone that in accordance with Procedure Bylaw Section 13.7, speakers must be registered prior to the start of today's meeting. And for speakers, when you come to the podium, which is down here on this level, so I apologize if you can't see it from up there, there is a red light that goes on. That was almost perfectly timed, and that is the microphone that you're speaking into. There's a switch on the right side of the podium that allows it to go up or down. We can usually hear you fine in chambers with or without the microphone, but for the purposes of webcasting and also recording the meeting, it is very helpful to have you speaking directly into the microphone. Once you're done, you have 5 minutes to speak. You are under no obligation to use it all, but you're welcome to it if you would like it. And council members may have questions for you after you speak, so it would be good if you could just stick at the podium for a minute so I can let you know whether that's the case. One last thing, these large area planning exercises have in the past inspired some emotional reactions amongst those that are listening to other speakers. So to say that I'm happy to tolerate clapping, I do not tolerate booing or negative remarks. So if that does happen, I will intervene and try and get us back in order. Although you all look like you're not going to do that today, so that's wonderful. Okay, so that brings us to our speakers list. We're going to start with the civic agency and community partner representatives. We have the Renters Advisory Committee up first. I understand the chair was not available, but that Danny Oleszczyk will be speaking on behalf of the advisory committee. So welcome. This is a good opportunity to practice using the podium up and down. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, I will start the clock.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for hearing from me. My name is Daniel Oleksiuk, and as you know, I'm here on behalf of the Renters Advisory Committee. It's a group of renters with a mandate to advise Council on how to enhance access and inclusion for renters in city policy. And because Grandview-Woodland is about 2/3 renters, it's really essential that renters' voices are and were heard in this planning process. I actually personally grew up just outside the area, first at 11th and Clark, and then at 20th and Victoria, and until April, I rented a room in a 5-bedroom half duplex in Grandview-Woodland, so I have a lot of connection to this particular area, and it's kind of where I see myself ending up in the city. But it's really bad for renters right now in Grandview-Woodland. People are scared, between fixed-term leases with vacate clauses, demevictions. If they're in a home, a condo, those aren't a lot of condos. When homes get sold, people get evicted. You break up, you have to leave the place you live. When you move, it's really hard to find a new place, and your rent goes up in any of those cases. Basically, whenever you move, your rent goes up. But I'm going to direct most of my remarks to the consultation process that led to this plan. Anyone who's been to traditional consultations or to council meetings knows they tend to be heavily dominated by homeowners. And in a neighborhood like this, where 2/3 of the residents are renters, it would have been a huge problem to have homeowners dominate the planning process. So in the formation of this plan, the city embarked on what I think was a pretty impressive community consultation that I think really tried to include renters' voices. The Grandview-Woodland Citizens Assembly, whose work provided the basis for a lot of the plan that we see today, included 48 community members, 28 renters, 18 owners, and 2 co-op owners, which is fairly representative of the demographics of the area. And there were other demographic considerations in there as well. And they drafted a set of recommendations for the neighborhood last year. And my understanding is that those recommendations are largely reflected in this plan. A lot of challenges continue for renters: tiny vacancy rates, rising rents, limited rental capacity, and the continuing fear of eviction and demeviction. In particular, we've seen in Grandview-Woodland a lot of 4-bedroom and more multi-suite rental houses converted into family homes. And I think we've lost a lot of rental stock that way. And this highlights a big difference between precarious rentals and dedicated rental spaces. I'd like to comment on the plan for 4,350 new ownership options and 1,400 new dedicated rental options in a neighborhood with 2/3 renters. It would have been nice to see a larger rental mix in this plan. In particular, with more rental-friendly zoning in the Grandview Plateau and along Nanaimo Street. Just to finish, renters have been, I think, really hard hit anyway by rapidly escalating real estate prices. We bear the full burden of cost increases, and we build none of the equity. So it's really essential that renters' voices are at the table in community planning, and the Citizens Assembly was a lot better than what's usually done, and it was a huge step in that direction, and I hope that the city can continue to find new ways to include renters' voices in planning processes. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olesiak. Close enough. Sorry, it's not close enough. I'll keep working on it. You don't have any questions from council. Thank you. Speaker 2 is withdrawn, which brings us to Speaker 3, Suzanne Dolan, who is speaking on behalf of the Britannia Board of Management, Britannia Community Services Center Society.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak today and address council. Being handed out on my behalf or on the behalf of Britannia Board of Management is just a package of materials, mostly with respect to the renewal of the Britannia Community Centre. I am on the executive of the Britannia Community Centre and chair of the Planning and Development Committee. There's a letter attached to that, and I wasn't sure if it reached you in time, and I won't read the letter, but I'll go over the main highlights of the letter, which highlights our concern from the Britannia Board of Management. As you are aware, in September of 2014, after many years of advocacy work, Britannia City Council approved $25 million in the 2015 to 2018 capital budget for the first phase of the renewal of Britannia Community Services Centre. In addition, up to $100 million was allocated over the next 10 years to complete the renewal of the site. I want to say that that was supported by the citizens of Vancouver in a plebiscite vote. I was it quite took me aback to see that in this present community plan, the $25 million have been identified, but the further $100 million have not been identified. And I'm not sure if that was a gap in the plan or not, but anyway, I think it needs to be put back into the plan since the citizens of Vancouver actually voted for that funding. Instead, it appears that the renewal of the Britannia Community Centre will be funded through community accountability. I call them CACs, and someone told me not to call them CACs, the funding. And there's a number of references in the plan to that, not directly, but reading between the lines, especially with the fact that the further $100 million has not been identified. So that does cause us some concern. We don't want the renewal of Britannia to be on the backs of the further densification of our neighborhood. The other thing that caused me a bit of concern was the fact that we have been working in very close cooperation with the City of Vancouver, the Parks Board, the School Board, and the Library Board with respect to the renewal. We actually have an active working team, and we've developed a full consultation process for the renewal. As a matter of fact, I've been spending my last 2 days on my deck, and albeit in the hot sun, which is great, reviewing proposals for the consultation around the renewal of the site. So again, I was quite taken aback that in fact housing has been presupposed as going on the Britannia site. We may consult on that housing, but it should not be placed in the plan up front. I think it's something that the citizens in our community need to speak to and need to be consulted on. So again, we're in a collaborative planning process. In the terms of reference, the city actually did agree that in fact that would not be presumed as part of the process, but now again it appears in the community plan. I should also say that in the Citizens Assembly itself, it said leave the planning of Britannia renewal to the board and citizens of the community, and don't presuppose anything, including housing. So this is something that was placed in afterwards and did not come from the Citizens Assembly report. And the other item I just like to point out is, of course, the draft plan does talk about the paucity of parkland in the community of Grandview-Woodlands, not only the lack of park space, but the size of park space. I'm not sure if people here are aware, but when Britannia Community Centre was established 40 years ago, in fact, we just celebrated our 40th year anniversary of that, actually 77 homes were expropriated at that time to create the Britannia Community Centre and the surrounding area. So it seems a little bit of a going backwards that now we're taking away public space and putting housing on it. I recognize the need for housing in the city of Vancouver, but taking away our limited housing that we have, our limited space, community space that we have in the Grandview-Woodlands area is certainly going backwards, rather than forwards. If you would like to add some property to the complex, we'll be pleased to consider housing at that point in time in that area. But do not take away any of our limited community amenity space that we have at this point in time. So again, thank you for allowing me to speak. And what I'd like to say is please leave the planning of the Britannia site to the Britannia Board of Management in consultation, in cooperation with the city, school board, parks boards. Those are our site partners, and consulting further with the citizens of our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You do have questions from council.
Okay.
Starting with Councillor Meigs.
Thanks for coming, Ms. Dillon. Could you quickly go back over the funding things? So $25 million was approved, and the plan, in your view, should commit the full $100 million?
The actual plebiscite stated 25 million in the first years with an additional 100 million over the next 10 years for the renewal. So my understanding, this plan that is before you now goes for what, 30 years? So it should be consistent with that to identify the full force of the funding that was voted on in a plebiscite by the citizens of Vancouver.
That was 25 million.
That was with the 100 million was stated in that plebiscite.
That's the, but we still have to go back to the next two.
I recognize that,
Yeah.
but I just think that the full plebiscite vote should be mentioned in the plan.
When you go back to the original construction of the Britannia complex, was it city funded exclusively, or were there other levels of government involved?
There were other levels of government as well as other partners. As
How much?
You know,
What share was per city and?
sorry, Jeff, don't have that information.
Yeah. I mean, I think the
I can find
assumption
it
is
if
here,
you'd
I'll
like.
check back with staff, but I think we always assume we'll find those partnerships going forward too, right?
And I hope we do. In fact, at our 40th anniversary, Jenny Kwan, the new MP for the area, said that she may be looking for some federal dollars. We're hoping there'll be additional dollars. We're not sure the 100 million will actually cover the full renovation.
I'll jump ahead to the parks thing because it seemed to me there was a commitment which you've asked for to seek more park space and green space. See, it's not adequate or?
It's not adequate. What it does is mentions the paucity of park space. It says we will consider it, but again, I look at the housing commitment that says this is what we're going to do. The park space talks about it, page and a half or less, and no firm commitment with that in respect to that.
Okay. So on the question of Britannia itself, if I understand your submission, the plan should be more silent on the question of the Britannia thing and simply point to the existing process and not prejudge any outcome that may be later,
Exactly.
but commit the $100 million.
And yes,
The city's share of it?
well,
or-
it's already been committed.
Yeah, no,
It
but
was
that's,
voted on by the citizens of Vancouver. It's been committed.
no, we're committed. I think that's clear.
Right.
But I think the assumption was always there would be senior levels of funding as well.
And if we require more money, I think that would be great, and I think we might.
Okay. What's your reaction to the risk of hanging over Britannia School, and how do you feel it should be considered in this context, if at all?
I think that we have always said, if you look at the consultation going with respect to the full 18-acre site, that we are actually looking at the first phase is going to be a visioning for the site. And the visioning will be talking about the programs and services that will be offered on the site. The next phase will then start to look at the nuts and bolts of what that means. We will not be looking at any kind of building or architecture for at least a year. So the process around the schools will be part of that process that we have to take into consideration.
But I
It's a challenge for us, to be quite honest, because in the initial development of Britannia, it is a partnership that was with the school and the school board. It's one of our major partners, so it will be a loss to the community, no doubt.
Okay, so just finally, and then I'll stop, is the Britannia board taking any position at all on the overall plan, or just asking that the plan not be so prescriptive about Britannia?
We have not taken a position on the overall plan at this point in time. We don't meet during the summer, and so now it's the summer months, so I had to go to the executive to get this particular letter signed off. But we've been working on this renewal, so we knew what our
Right.
position was on this.
You didn't take a position or express any views on the Citizens Assembly recommendations either?
No, we did not.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. You have questions from Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much for the report, and it's very clear and it's easy to read, so thank you so much. So your main concerns, just to get them clear, because I know we'll be asking staff these questions, certainly enough of council will be asking them. So you were asking for full consultation for renewal, and that housing should not be placed on the Britannia lands. That is your
We're saying that we don't want anything to be presupposed on the lands. Whether or not housing is there or not may in the future be the subject for negotiation, depending on whether or not, as I said, if we get more land, we could look at that. It would have to be the nature of it. At this point in time, we're asking don't presuppose anything. We have very little community space there right now.
So it'd be a balancing act is what you're talking about there. And the other thing that you mentioned is, again, that the 100 million should be placed within context in any discussion about that, as in the original
Plebiscite vote.
Yeah. And the final question that I had for you is, again, Councillor Meigs asked that your board is not going one way or another on the actual plan. They don't have a vote because it's summertime.
Right.
Do you think if you had more time, you would have had one, or does your board prefer not?
I think our board prefers that we don't take a position on the full plan. I'm not sure we would come to consensus on the full plan.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking that time in your summer and finding some consensus amongst your board on these points. My first question to you is around the statement you made that you don't want to see any community amenity contributions be used to fund when the citizens are already sort of on notice about funding the Britannia Centre. And you use the term, you don't want to see that funding come forward on the backs of densification. So is there a concern that you and your board have around too much densification in your neighborhood?
I think we have, I can't speak for the full board on that, but I think we are concerned with the speed of the process. I think we are seeing our community in a fair bit of distress at this point in time because there is an incredible amount of houses being flipped over and further and renters being moved out, frankly. And our neighborhood is a very diverse neighborhood. We pride ourselves in the diversity of our neighborhood, and we want to keep the diversity of our neighborhood, and that includes renters as well as homeowners and that kind of thing. So,
thank you. Appreciate that response. Okay. I have two more questions.
Okay.
So my second question is around the points that you've made. And by the way, we did get your letter, so I did.
Oh, good. Okay.
We were able to read it ahead of time. The concern regarding having prescriptive language in the plan when you are embarking on a process that, as you just stated, starts with a visioning process. So is it, can I assume or can you verify, if the plan is prescriptive around housing, will that limit the creativity that you anticipate will happen at the beginning of your own planning process?
Yes. Because when we've been undergoing this planning process. We had an original plan in 2007. We had another one in 2011. In 2011, there was actually a survey that was done by the local citizens with respect to whether or not there should be housing on the site. At that point in time, it came out that there should not be housing on the site. We are open right now to considering it, but if we say that it's going to be there and council prescribes it, I would suggest to you that that will shut down the process to say, well, your decision is made, why should we even involve ourselves in this process?
Thank you for being so clear about that. And my third question is around the expansion of parks or park space, so not just sort of an upgrade of parks, but an actual expansion. Do you have any idea where that might occur?
Well, I think that we have to be creative about that in terms of there is a lot of construction and tear downs happening in our neighborhood right now. So we can be looking at trying to pick up some of that space and or even perhaps adding some of that space on to the current site if it becomes available. So I just think that the eyes and ears have to be on the ground, and if there's a commitment in the plan to that, then perhaps that will happen.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
You do, sorry, Ms. Dallin, you do have questions from Councillor Louie.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just a question in regards to your statement that the city was not committed to the 100 million and because it was passed in the last capital plan. I'm not seeing that in the plan itself, in the Grandview-Woodland plan. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because it's not stated in the plan.
Okay, and
25 million is mentioned in the plan, but the further 100 million is not mentioned in the plan.
so in the last capital plan, so, the question put to the voters was the 25 million, not the 100 million.
No, that was actually included in plebiscite.
I've got the capital plan up.
Plebiscite in front of you?
I've got it in front of me. So where are you referencing in the plebiscite? Because it states that it's the first phase of a $75 to $100 million program,
Yes.
and that this 25 million was the question. Partially be debt financed, 14 million of it, or 11 million of it, and 14 million that was separation. Another $4.5 million for childcare, but I don't see it in the plebiscite. So is there a page? Are you?
I don't have the plebiscite in front of me, but in fact, as you just said, your first statement was 25 to 100 million is envisioned, and it did say it would have to go back to get that further approval.
over
but
two.
But over a number of plans, but it
Yes.
was acknowledged and put out there, and the citizens voted on it, that it was considered up to 100 million.
Yeah, it was, the voters voted on 25 million,
The
but
addition.
it was envisioned that it would be about a 75 to 100 million over a longer phase,
Exactly.
a couple of capital plans. That's what you're talking about. It's not that the voters voted for 100 million, because
Well,
that's,
no, they couldn't vote for 100 million at that point in time, but it was mentioned, and I just feel that this planning process, which is supposed to be over 30 years, that piece should have been mentioned in the
okay,
plan.
just want to make it clear. Get some clarity, because I didn't quite understand your statements that it was 100, they had voted for 100 million, and that wasn't in fact the case.
Okay, well, it was stated.
It was
But they
referenced.
couldn't vote for it.
Yes.
If it was stated in the plebiscite, why can't it be stated in the plan?
Well, it's just that they didn't actually vote on it, right? And that's why, because they citizens hadn't voted on it,
Counselor
it can't be in the plan itself.
Counselor Louis, you know that we're not supposed to be debating speakers, just simply clarifying. So I'm just going to bring us back to the question and answer section. Do you have your question sufficiently answered?
I think I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I had a couple questions. In the plan, under the public benefit strategy, it very clearly outlines actually 118 million as a commitment to Britannia Community Center. That's not, did you get to that part, the public benefit strategy?
I did get to the public benefit strategy, but the way I read it, that 100 million was not included in that, so.
No, it's 105 million for community and recreation facilities at Britannia Community Center, and then an additional 13 million for the library. And I appreciate, one could argue about how much that is for Britannia, but it's at least, well, it's 105 million for Britannia and 13 million for the library. So if that's clearly stated in that table, then that would meet your concerns?
I would like it to be put right into the plan when it talks about the 25 million. If it could also talk about the 100 million, it would make it clearer for people in reading it, as opposed to having to go through the plan and kind of track it down. We want our public documents to be as transparent as possible for people.
So you would prefer that it be in the narrative text as opposed in the table that clearly
I
outlines
would like
the
it
financial?
to be in both.
Okay. Okay, it currently is in the table, so, and it sounds like substantially more than you were looking for, so maybe we can, no, I'm kidding, we wouldn't amend it down at this point. And then the other thing, in the table that outlines the financing strategy, there are 7.5 million, 0.5, so 15 million overall of the 118 million would come from DCLs, which is that's about 10 to 12%. That's a fairly common practice for the city, but you're saying 0 DCLs for this site.
I'm saying that we do not want, the point is, the premise is that we don't want further densification of the renewal of Britannia to be on the backs of further densifications. We don't want to be held to that. We want to be able to do our planning process in kind of a clear way. As I said, down the road, if it comes out that there may be some additions on the site, we'll consider it at that point in time. I don't think it should be predetermined.
Okay, well, so that would bring, if you didn't want that 15 million, it would still bring it down to 103 million, which is over what the number you gave us, so it sounds like that would be workable. Under the housing, the only time I see the housing referenced is in a sentence that says, seek new non-market housing opportunities as part of Britannia Community Center renewal. Does that language is too strong for you?
That language is too strong for us. And it's stated about 3 times throughout the plan.
Okay, I will keep looking for the other time.
Even in your document today, the 2-pager,
Yeah.
that's one of the key items there. Hate to say this, but it's kind of like waving a red flag in front of a bull in our neighborhood at this point in time, so I'm not sure think it's a good move when you're trying to start out on a consultation process around renewal.
Fair enough. The alternative would be for us to take it out, and then we couldn't consider housing on the site. So that would be, because this language, as I read it, is quite open, but if we take it out, then no housing on the site. Would that be acceptable?
Well, it may be acceptable to some people. As I said, we at the renewal have said that we would be willing to consider looking at it. But that's as far as we're willing to go, because we can't speak for what the citizens want. And one of the main concerns we do have, having said that, is taking away our limited public space for housing. So If there was additional property there, or was done in such a way that you wouldn't take away the housing space, that could be a consideration. But right now, we have such limited land for public space.
So if it went above an existing build, okay. But so the word seek is the issue. It sounds like if that word was considered, that would be acceptable?
I'm not sure the presupposing of housing on the site. We have had an agreement with the city working group that piece be taken out. So I'm not sure why it has to be in this plan.
Okay, well, I'll ask staff. I think I know the answer per my earlier comments. If it's not there, then we can't consider it at all, but I appreciate your comments on it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, next up, we have Kevin Barlow, who is the CEO of the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. Welcome, Mr. Barlow.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak and considering what I have to say. The Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council represents 23 Aboriginal agencies. Many of them are situated in the Grandview-Woodland neighborhood. We support in principle the draft community plan and are speaking in support of it with two requests. The first, page 4 describes it as a living document, and so thus we request Council to direct staff, city staff, to work closely with the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council and its member agencies to do further work on how the plan can better address Aboriginal needs and realities. Some of the statistics in there and some of the language we do not agree with. We don't feel it's as accurate. And so we're hoping that city staff can work with us to better beef up that kind of those inconsistencies. Aboriginal agencies and residents in the neighborhood contribute in many ways to the fabric of this community, both financially and culturally. And throughout Grandview-Woodland and in other neighborhoods, Aboriginal people do not just access services, but we design and deliver them. We strongly support the two projects mentioned with the Urban Native Youth Association and the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Center Society. These agencies serve both as cultural and social hubs for the area and are strong anchors. And some of the non-Aboriginal people even access services at these particular areas. The second request is that Vancouver rightly calls itself the City of Reconciliation, and to this point, we also ask that city staff work with us and other member agencies of the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council to develop a citywide Aboriginal community plan. And this would complement any other future neighborhood community plans that are under development or influence existing ones and sort of be a companion document. And case in point is some of the language in this document calls us Aboriginals. Now, Trump referred to ask the gays, and that's kind of the connotation that you get when you refer to people as Aboriginals or Asians or blacks or whatever. We become objects versus people. And so that kind of language we would like to be changed. Similarly, when you only refer to First Nations, then you're ignoring all three groups of Aboriginal people, which are Inuit, Métis, and First Nations. So those kind of things in a community plan, an Aboriginal community plan, would hopefully correct some of those things so that when any of these future plans get developed, they can look at this kind of work and cite it and make sure that it's in similar language. Some of the statistics, for example, we don't believe is true for our population. So they're saying that the demographics are going down, the population is going down, and that type of thing. But Aboriginal people have a larger, younger population, and we have a higher birth rate than many non-Aboriginal communities. And so we want to know if these statistics that are cited in this document are actually true for the Aboriginal population, because it can affect what types of services and programs are available and land use and everything else in the area. So those are the types of things that we want to see. We've already made statements about the McDonald's School, the recent housing and wellness strategies that we presented to council and that was accepted. Also have things that could influence these types of community plans, and they should be properly cited and brought forward so that, you know, because we feel there's not a lot in there that really speaks to some of the specifics other than maybe the two projects with the Urban Native Youth and the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Center Society. So that's my statements in general.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barlow. You do have questions from Councillor Meggs and Carr so far.
Just one. Thanks for coming. It's an important point you raised, but I just want to be clear about the impact of it. So some of your concerns, if I heard correctly, are textual. In other words, there's insufficient clarity and specificity about First Nations and Aboriginal people and so on. But those could be incorporated without impacting on the actual outcomes of the plan. And then the second is whether or not certain data is correct and therefore could impact the outcomes of the plan.
Yeah.
Did you say, I've heard of this concern, so I wondered if you'd submitted your specific changes and have made them available to staff, or if they're available for us to look at.
Could you repeat that question?
Well, have you provided the changes that you would be comfortable with to staff?
No, I haven't. My colleagues are also speaking later, Dina on behalf of the Friendship Center and Urban Native Youth, but we've been talking with Ginger Gosnell-Myers, the Aboriginal manager there, and we're certainly hopeful that once this new social planner comes on, the Aboriginal social planner, that we'll have people that also know the community and can begin to help us, strengthen some of this language and correct some of the inconsistencies, but we haven't engaged anybody yet to raise those points.
Yeah, I think procedurally it's complex, but I appreciate the concern. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. You do have questions now from at least two other councillors, starting with Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming. Like Councillor Meggs, I'm trying to understand what needs to change in your opinion now versus what will be sort of just direction for ongoing work. So if there's anything that needs to change now, it's very hard. I mean, we're going to be considering this plan now once it's voted on. The language stays the same in the plan. That doesn't mean that that information can't change in the future. So if you have any information that is for the plan itself, as Councillor Meggs said, it's important to me to know and us to know what that information is that requires a change in this very process that we're in. Yeah. Can you identify now any particular?
Councillor Carr, that question was asked of the speaker and he provided an answer. Are you looking for additional answer?
Yes, I'm just wondering if there's any specifics that he might be able to identify at this point.
Mr. Barlow, have you developed new specifics in the last 30 seconds?
Yeah, I think based on some of our information through client visits and stuff, that our numbers aren't showing that the Aboriginal population in that region, in that neighborhood is declining, but I think that's suggested in the plan. So I think maybe Dina at the Urban Native Youth, who's speaking later, might be able to have that type of information.
The population itself.
Yeah, yeah. But certainly language, I think it's an easy fix for you guys to do a search and replace, and
What would be your specific, sir, you mentioned the term Aboriginal.
Aboriginals, like,
And you would like that change to include?
Aboriginal people. That's what we are.
What I might suggest, because Mr. Barlow has several times referenced Dina Klashinsky from Anya, who will be speaking. I know she's in possession of the details you're looking for, and I think that would be easier than a verbal edit right now.
No, just fine. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My second question has to do with the ongoing process. What is it in terms of an ongoing process that you're looking at? That you said ongoing consultation and ongoing, I guess, consultation, but what's the avenue for that you would like to see?
As I stated, a new Aboriginal social planner, I believe, is about to be hired by the city, and I think that person is going to be in place by September. That's my understanding. We currently have some other Aboriginal social planners in place, and Ginger Gosnell-Myers is the manager in the social planning division. Right. So there's some people there that already have relationships with us that we can begin to work on this Aboriginal community plan that's citywide. And it's not so much a consultation process as laying out some specific steps, including language and terminology, that can avoid future plans that refer to people as Aboriginals versus Aboriginal people, right. And have a better avenue to have correct statistics that may be different from what you collect from Statistics Canada or others, that we may be having information that can be made available to
right.
that.
And that ongoing provision of more accurate statistics could happen through the process of you engaging with the Aboriginal planners.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Great. Councillor DiGenova, questions?
Yes, I'm seeking clarity on, you had mentioned how you'd like to see some things changed in the plan. And then what I'm hearing from the questions that Councillor Meggs and Councillor Carr asked and that you answered, I suppose I'm going to try and frame this question in a way that you can answer yes or no but elaborate. It's not about telling staff what to do, it's about collaboration, because you could bring something to this, but without that open conversation together, you might be able to come up with something that you feel all of the people and the council that you represent, that might be more wholesome to put in the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, and also an approach. For example, I don't know if I'm new to the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. I've been there about 10 months. I see that the planning for this neighborhood community plan has gone on for about 3 years, and I don't know if ever they've approached the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council to participate in this dialogue. Rightly, some of our members who see clients and who live in the neighborhood and that type of thing have been involved, but I think as an umbrella organization, I don't know if we have. So that's why I'm speaking to those certain procedures and approaches that could become more standard, I guess, and that way you will have an opportunity to get more accurate realities of Aboriginal needs and communities. So.
You don't have to answer any of my questions. I'll just preface that because I have a feeling that will be mentioned. I suppose from what you're saying, you wish that you had been approached and sort of been a part of that collaboration. Obviously, not every individual, it's really exciting that everyone wants to be involved in a plan. Sometimes we see things that come to us at council that certainly just we've tried to engage the public and they're not interested in many cases. That being said, do you almost feel that it's maybe disappointing is the wrong word, but that perhaps there could have been more collaboration and it could more clearly state, even though it's very general and broad, that you feel that, some additions to this in moving forward would be helpful in shaping the entire community plan for years to come?
Yes, and to add, granted, not a lot of people find these processes fun, but in this particular neighborhood, there's a very large Aboriginal population, so I think greater outreach by the planners that researched and wrote this to make sure that the Aboriginal population was being consulted, because we're, I think, a third or a fifth of the neighborhood. I think then it could have done a little bit better to, because I think, Aboriginal people also, many of our people that are not working in the agencies, like mine, are intimidated by these processes. Some of the language and the approaches and may be offsetting for them. So if there's different ways of working with our community to make sure that voice is coming forward, that's what I'm looking at.
Yes, and as we are a city of reconciliation, I certainly will be asking staff about that. I'm trying to understand better, and although it does list the groups and organizations who are part of this plan, you mentioned some of your members were consulted. Your council was never formally consulted. Did you feel that there were any groups that represented the same concerns or I suppose certain things that you might want to see in this plan or that you don't know that you want to see in this plan because it's a collaboration? Do you feel that there was just one or two agencies or councils or organizations chosen, or do you feel that maybe having an advisory committee that sort of gave input on the plan was something you were looking for?
I think I can't speak. I don't know of any of my members that have stated that they were not consulted and didn't have the opportunity. And I'm even qualifying whether or not my agency was, because I'm new to the agency. So maybe when it first started, somebody did talk to the CEO at that time, but I certainly didn't see any record of it. So to me, I saw the poster saying there's a consultation, and since Friday, I read the 200 and some page report. So, if I'm missing some details, please forgive me. But certainly, I think the more time we have to influence things, the better.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Barlow. I appreciate it. And just a reminder to councillors who have questions that the sooner you email them to staff, the sooner they can get you an answer. Okay, we are on to the rest of the speakers list, starting with number 1, Mr. John Shaler.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As you said, my name is John Shaler and I live at 3524 Quebec Street. So some of you may wonder why I'm here. I'm here because I'm a third generation Grandview-Woodlander. My great-grandparents moved to Grandview-Woodlands in 1904, just as the streetcar went ahead of them. And their house was actually on the Safeway site. I lived in the area for approximately 40 years, most of my adult life, until my wife and I were evicted for landlord use a number of years ago. I was very active in the community over some of those years. That doesn't give me any exalted status. What it does give me is a lot of historical memory and I think a lot of practical experience. Yesterday I heard about the plan. I sat here for a number of hours and I heard your skill testing questions to the planners. I was quite taken with some of the senior planners' words in laying out the plan. Words like, quote, "the plan anticipates," unquote, and, quote, "the intention of the plan," which is usual general planning language. I have a great respect for theory, but I'm very interested and concerned with what some of the theories will look like when they meet Grandview-Woodland and the overheated housing market. What will be the benefits of the plan? What will they look like in practice? Who will the plan most benefit? And who will be the winners, so to speak, and who might be the losers? My first concern is height, and in some areas, density. When I mention height, that doesn't mean I don't support density. We seem to not have a great conversation around this thing, but I'll give you some history. In the early 1990s, and I may have spoken to council about this before, a proposal came for two towers on Broadway and Commercial. They were 12 and 18 stories. They seem small in Vancouver now. I wonder if they're called mid-rise. Then they were called high-rise. Around 700 people came out to speak, not to speak, but to a public hearing, which was in the evening. I would like to see more meetings in the evening when people can get there. And it was also in a big space. A community center. Most of the people who spoke were opposed. Following that meeting, the community had a number of public meetings that they ran themselves through the area council, and there was a proposal put to council to change the zoning in a number of areas in the whole community. And the idea was to change the outright use of 12 to 18 stories to 4 stories in many of the areas. Whether that still is a good plan, I don't know. I've been convinced to go up to 6 residential, so I don't know. I once had a city councilor come into a meeting, and this says 319 on here. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, around the idea of density. I remember in the Broadway and Commercial thing, we were referred to as John Shaler and a band of naysayers. So there was some vitriol around the idea that we didn't like the high-rises. And I see that language coming up again in things around the Boffo Kettle plan. I think it's very unfortunate because there's been a lot of backlash towards residents who don't support that plan. They've been branded NIMBYs, rich homeowners who don't care about others, and especially those who have mental health issues. I know a lot of those people, and that's the farthest thing from the truth. I would like to get into a more respectful idea and look at choices for reaching density. The wrong development there would be, I think, a real problem and would have ramifications, I think, to renters that live in the areas around, as would, I think, the overdevelopment of Broadway and Commercial. We became a node without us knowing it. The elevated line wasn't our idea, but to put a lot of towers there and say we would have a lovely plaza, I'm wondering how much research was put into plazas and whether that kind of density and that kind of building form would really make for a good plaza. Hastings and Commercial at 18 floors, up to 18 floors, I think would basically be really not the best way to get a good lively street action and pedestrians. And my second concern, which I will mail to you, I think Councillor Louis yesterday said a whole 5 minutes. But anyway, that's my 5 minutes, and I will give up the podium. And as the Tenants' Rights Coalition former organizer, I'm incredibly concerned about what will happen if this plan goes ahead without the proper protections, and what will happen to the 60-some% of the renters who live in Grandview-Woodlands. That's a lot of people who could be displaced. So anyway, thanks.
Okay, you do have questions from at least 3 councillors. Councillor Meigs.
I'll try to be brief. I hope you don't consider it vitriolic if I ask,
No, not at all.
are you saying nay to this plan?
Am I saying nay?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
as it stands.
So,
Yes.
okay, I'm just curious about this balance, given your long life history and family history in the neighborhood. You mentioned both transit and mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
Do communities have a responsibility to take a share of the citywide support for rapid transit and mental health issues, or should communities in a planning process have the ability to reject density, for example, at Commercial and Broadway, or a tower to support mental health services at Venables and Commercial?
Well, a couple of questions there, I think. One around transit and what becomes known as nodes. I still think when we are developing those sites and looking to doing them well, we have to be cognizant about the impacts of those large-scale developments. For example, with the Broadway, or with the Canada Line, I saw the clear cutting after the plan went into Cambie, the clear cutting of many, many homes, and the repercussions of that as they went down into where I live now. And the price of, there was a 2-bedroom apartment that went up for rent just shortly, not that big, $3,500. So we're seeing the effects of when plans go in a hot market and what happens afterwards. The other thing about the Canada Line, and it might be true also about the Expo Line, is that the Canada Line coming out of Richmond is almost to capacity. So, and not a lot of wiggle room to make the cars longer because of the size of the stations. So if we stick an incredible number of towers there with a lot of people, is that actually going to work? Is it going to work at Broadway and Commercial? We are already doing our part and have done it for years. And as far as community services, Grandview-Woodlands has done a ton. We welcomed the kettle 40 years ago. Other neighborhoods wouldn't have. And we've supported them for 40 years without a blink.
So you would say enough, if not?
No, I'm not saying enough.
Okay.
I would never say enough. I would say it has to be planned properly.
Okay.
Right? But I also want others in this planning process to do their share. Grandview-Woodlands is being asked to do, I think, an incredible amount here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
I just had a question regarding, you had mentioned heightened density, and this
Yes.
is an issue that we grapple with
Sure.
often, recently,
Mhm.
very recently, and I know that this has happened several times. We'll have citizens come, actually they've become architects overnight with their programs, and they'll bring us drawings of what they'd like to see in their community. I suppose when I see that, I know that it's hard to reconcile the thought of green space and amenities, but they don't want heightened density, so what you're going to achieve in trying to create more housing is sprawl. Is there any way that you can talk to the need for housing? I'm just asking you, you mentioned you had some concerns, not so much with adding to, or adding some density to the plan, but it was more about the height.
So one of the things I forgot to mention off the top is speakers are under no obligation to answer
was gonna
council's
say that.
questions. So just for everyone's benefit, Councillor DeGenova, please
That's
continue.
the last speaker. I was going to say that to you, but
That's
I didn't
okay.
get to do that.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you might be able to comment on that.
Well, there's been lots of research done, and a number of people who have studied the idea of achieving density while maintaining human scale and achieving similar densities. There are all sorts of cities in the world that have done that. They may have not done them perfectly, and there may be problems, but the idea is that we seem to be stuck on the tower, the glass tower. Not much interesting there, I think, anymore. The downtown is full of them. They're now moving up through the north corridor, and I'm trying to think, well, who do they benefit the most? Are they good for our city? Is that the best way to achieve density? It's not a matter of saying one is density and one isn't density. In Kerrisdale, when I was coordinator for the Tenants' Rights Coalition, we saw an enormous number of apartments with mostly seniors in them, rentals, bulldozed, clear-cut, and at the same time, in their place came up to 12-story high-rises with fewer units at much higher cost. So this doesn't get us out of the conundrum just building more towers. I think if we want a livable city that has good pedestrian space and great plazas and things like that, we should do more research. I'm not knocking anyone. I'm sure lots of research has been done. And I'm not a trained planner, but I've read a lot in the area, and I've looked at cities I've been in. And I think, why aren't we doing some of that?
And just a follow-up question, again, you don't have to answer. Maybe you can't answer this question. Do you feel in any of that research, and obviously, I mean, you certainly have read and researched this. I'm not an architect or a planner myself, but I'm wondering if you feel that we'd be able to achieve the amount of housing that's currently proposed in this plan. Because affordability is an issue and supply.
I think incrementally, and I also know how difficult your jobs are on council to try to work with this, because I think we have struggled for probably almost 25 to 30 years with what in some of the areas is market failure. And that's certainly in rental, because we have not had a rental housing program that actually assists developers to build. That was a national federal program, and I know that the mayor has some channels to the current prime minister, and those parts of the old housing strategy, the national housing strategy, I think are quite beneficial and are needed. Some of the protections that are in the plan, I think, are quite good, but they are limited. One-to-one replacement, I've seen that in other areas, and that just means higher price rental. You lose lower price rental, and you will have displacement. And we're in a city right now that's on the edge of having more homelessness and more mental health problems that go with stress and those kinds of displacements. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for all your work over the years.
Thank you.
First of all, regarding protection for renters, you did indicate that we need more.
Mm-hmm.
The plan has some, and so I'm wondering if you, and specifically around the apartment, purpose-built apartment buildings, but are you also interested in better protection for renters in suites within homes, for example? And what do you think is better what would better protection be?
Well, certainly some of that falls to the province, and it doesn't fall in your lap. But as far as the older apartments, if things pick up and continue to go, I would look for an anti-demolition bylaw that would keep that older stock or try to keep that older stock longer until new stock could come. That would be one of the things. Also, now that we have the ear of the federal government, which we didn't for a number of years, there may be possibilities there with federal funding. I had this idea this morning, and I'm sure you've had the idea, is that it's such a crisis in this city, especially around rental housing, but affordability, that there are a number of mayors in other cities, small cities, big cities, that have to go to the federal government and say, let's renew that program. I'm not saying it hasn't been done. I'm just saying that it's a crisis, and it should be called such. And so there are things coming in now with the foreign home buyers tax, and I think this council passed a motion on empty suites. I would like to see a speculation tax as well. Empty units have been a killer here for a long time. Certainly when new development comes in and there's lots of speculation, because with people with a lot of money And I don't care where they're from. I always thought that one counselor said it well, it's not the color of people's skins, it's the color of money. There's a lot of money in real estate, and the idea is that more protections are needed, but they need time as well. They need time to see how they're working. I'm concerned that if we put in a plan, and even if people get a whiff that this is going to happen, that will have more speculation and more quick action like we've seen in other places.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, just spurred on by saying, for example, whatever.
Well, if you build
let's not speculate.
If you build a big building and
I do have a second question, which regarding the statement you made about having a more respectful discussion regarding the different ways to achieve density. In your mind, are there any different ways to achieve density that this plan is not focused on, or that you would like to see more focus on?
Yeah, I would like to see the option, and I don't know if the Citizens Committee or the Citizens Council Assembly ever got the chance to talk about a plan without the major towers, and I would say anything over six floors residential, if that was ever in the mix, because there are all sorts of ways to create over time density that I think would make this city a lot larger city population-wise, but a lot more walkable, and I think just it would be a better plan. That's my feeling on it, and that's all I can say.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah.
And just to follow up on that, there's a lot of older homes and duplexes that have multiple suites in them. They're only really allowed usually like a basement suite, but is there any talk amongst the people that you talk with in the community about ways to protect those different suites in homes, because there's density there, but it's not necessarily acknowledged?
Yeah. No, that's not an area that I know well. I certainly live in that situation where there's a suite in the basement, and my wife and I have the top 2 floors. The houses right next to us just sold for 1.3 and 1.5 million, and they're small. And so you're sitting there waiting for something to go. How do you protect that? I'll think about it and let you know.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thank you. Council, just before I call the next speaker, we're exactly an hour into this. We have heard from 4 speakers. Of that hour, 17.5 minutes were speakers, and the other 42.5 minutes were councilors. So if we could get to the speakers list in a more thoughtful, focused manner, I think it would be more respectful to the people waiting to speak. So let's get to the next one, Ms. Jill Atke from the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. Did you find the button? Oh, no, the other direction, I think. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I'm Jill Atke, and I'm speaking on behalf of BC Nonprofit Housing Association, which is located in the heart of Grandview-Woodland on Commercial Drive, but which provides supports to affordable housing providers all over the province. So I want to speak to one element of the plan, of the draft community plan, and that's the Kettle Boffo project. We're supportive of the 12-story proposal designed by Kettle Boffo, and I understand that the draft plan outlines some limitations and creates a bit of a financial gap, and that's what I'd like to speak to. So I just want to start out by commending this council and the City of Vancouver staff for the important work they've done on affordable housing in the city. We've been very supportive of this work. Sometimes we've been critical of the work, but we know that you've stuck your neck out on the issue of affordable housing, and it's made a difference to many residents. You seem to each understand the challenges of building affordable housing in this market, and you've made important commitments to assist with that, both on the nonprofit and the market rental side. So as you know, we and others have done a fair bit of research into the housing crisis. There's no shortage of research in the area. And I could certainly spend some time here this morning spelling out the precise proportions of the crisis, but I don't think you would find that helpful because you're well aware. We're in the position that we're in now because of 25 years of divestment from senior levels of government. The homeless individuals that we all interact with daily are there because of a public policy failure. And the solutions to this failure will take action from all three levels of government, as you know, and the solutions are not quick and they're not painless, as you well know. So it's true that we've heard this morning that the province and the feds are back at the table with housing commitments and dollars will start flowing. But we won't see this crisis turn around overnight, and the new funding will make little more than a dent in the problem. This is what 25 years of inaction looks like. And that's why the projects that don't rely on any funding from senior levels of government are a critical part of the solution. And that's why they need to come online as quickly as possible. So here we are. The proposed community plan reduces the height of the building and creates a financial gap. To be clear, the draft plan does not allow for the Kettle-Boffo project to go ahead. And that includes the social housing component. Who's going to fill this gap? Are we looking to other levels of government to do this? If so, what we're saying to them is that we want their subsidy to create fewer units of family-size ownership and supportive housing than we would create through partnerships in the marketplace. The new federal and provincial dollars are not limitless, they're not a panacea, and they alone can't solve the problem that we're facing. BC Housing just had its first call for proposals for their $355 million 5-year program. The call for proposals was for the first year, $50 million worth of funding, and they received 125 applications. I don't have the final figure for certain, but it's very easily more than $500 million of proposals for $50 million of funding. There's not enough money to fund the housing we desperately need. So allocating those dollars to a project that is viable without it doesn't make any sense. We've been advocating to the feds for distribution of funds based on need rather than by population. But that's a hard case for us to continue to make when projects that are viable without funding that provide supportive housing are being turned down. The Kettle-Boffo project alone isn't going to solve the crisis, but it will certainly make a difference in Grandview-Woodland, and it will mean that people who need supports can stay in their own community to get them. So now I'll take off that hat and speak as a resident of Grandview-Woodland and say that this matters to me. As someone who lives and works in the community, I see the impacts of the affordable housing crisis every day. Having to explain to my young children why there are people who sleep on the street in a city and a country as wealthy as ours is difficult. It doesn't make sense to them, and it doesn't make sense to me. We now have an entire generation of people for whom mass homelessness is the norm, but it's not normal, and there are solutions. Sometimes those solutions take courage, and sometimes they mean that communities will need to accept change faster than they want. And many of you on this council know all too well the cost of taking a stand on an important issue, but I'm asking you not to change course now. I'm asking you to support this project because of the difference it can make in the lives of 30 residents now and many more into the future, as well as the additional residents that will be served through the day programs that Kettle offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Atke. Somewhat unsurprisingly, you have no questions. So we're going to move on to Nancy Keogh, Executive Director of the Kettle Society.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for the chance to speak to you today. I'll get straight to the point why I'm here today. We've had a chance to review the plan thoroughly, and in particular the draft policy as it relates to our Venables and commercial site. In the draft plan, city staff have suggested an alternative proposal for our development that provides for a maximum of 9 stories and a level of density than our partnership is proposing. City staff have publicly acknowledged that our proposal is self-sustaining. They've also publicly acknowledged that their alternative proposal is not financially viable without a significant infusion of money. It's important to note that the Kettle has been exploring government funding options for the renewal and expansion of our community services and housing for over 10 years. The funding gap presented by the draft city plan is a serious problem, not just for our partnership, but for a city that desperately needs more supported and market housing and better services to the community for our most vulnerable citizens. Our current proposal provides a reasonable solution to that. Our proposal has received significant support from community members, housing advocates, local businesses, and nonprofit providers. Over 2,400 members of the community have signed our pledge, and 17 nonprofit housing and service providers have endorsed the proposal. As you know, hundreds of our supporters have also communicated with you at City Council. The successful delivery of our proposal will require some minor amendments to the draft Grandview-Woodland Plan's currently proposed policy language. We shared our proposed amendments with City Councilors and staff in a letter on July 12th. Specifically, we would like to request an amendment to the language in Section 6.14B of the draft Grandview-Woodland Plan that explicitly acknowledges that the city's alternative proposal for the renewal of the Kettle and 30 units of supported housing is not self-sustaining and presents a financial gap that will require additional funding, and that if additional funding is absent, Council will consider additional density and height up to 12 stories at commercial and Venables. I urge councillors to move a motion to accept these proposed amendments. In closing, I'd like to speak directly to some people in Grandview-Woodlands who say they have supported us and yet have aggressively opposed this proposal. Opponents of our proposal frequently suggested that Boffo Properties, our co-developer on this project, has been using or manipulating the Kettle to get this project approved. This suggestion is an insult, both to me and to the Kettle. We are very proud and equal partners with the Boffos on this project. Please support the Kettle and the mental health services with the renewal of our drop-in center that's currently bursting at the seams and seeing 150 people every day. Please support a more inclusive community in Grandview-Woodlands, one that takes the stigma of mental illness by welcoming our members to live, work, and enjoy life on the drive. Please support the creation of 30 housing units. The need is now. We ask you to propose and pass an amendment to the Grandview-Woodland Community Plan that will make our project possible. As community members ourselves, we embrace the character and history of Grandview-Woodlands and are working to create a project on this site that the community can both benefit from and be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keogh. You do have questions from Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Nancy, I couldn't get a number from our staff yesterday on the gap between what the plan provides for and what you actually need in order to be self-sustaining. Can you give me a ballpark of what that gap would be?
I can't. We don't have enough information to understand what the 9 and 6 would mean to the project. What we've been working with the city and have come to what we know will break even, which is the 12-story plan.
So the 12-story will break even, and that'll just get you 30 units of social housing.
And our expanded drop-in,
and your
which
expanded
is a very
drop-ins.
big piece, because that's the hardest thing to get funding for is the community services. And that's often the doorway for people to come in, to connect, and particularly from the street.
I certainly see the lineups every morning when I go by, going to work every morning. Do you get a lot of turnaways? And you mentioned it's bursting through the seams. Could you describe what's happening there now?
Well, it's having a decent space for people. In the mornings is the worst. At mealtime, there's people waiting outside and inside to eat because we don't have enough seating. Also, you can imagine if you're already coming from maybe no sleep, no food, unsafe housing, and you come in the door and it's very crowded and there's not enough personal space, that's also really hard to manage for the staff and for the people coming into the center.
The spill of folks waiting on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do get the odd complaint about litter and all sorts of disorder. I mean, do you see that daily?
Well, we have a lot of members that volunteer and help clean up daily, and we really work to be a good neighbor, but having the smaller space is certainly a challenge to do that well.
They're better inside.
Yeah.
So you need at a minimum 12 stories in order to break even.
Yes.
Okay. And, all right. Yeah, I'm quite, so that I'm trying, have you actually tried, you kind of mentioned it in passing, sort of other sources that you're trying to, if they're only allowed 6, as people are advocating for here, that's a lot of money as far as I can see that you're going to have to raise just to break even. What sources have you tried? I mean, I know there's been talk of the feds and the province, but we haven't seen a lot come through yet, and they're always talking about the next budget cycle and the next one.
Well, there's been no sources for the community services, and I think that's a very big piece of this ask. Coastal Health there's been cuts in budgets, and there's certainly been no additional dollars available, and so the community service is the hardest piece to get the funding for. And for the drop-in that we have now, it took us a number of years to raise the $1 million to renovate the building to make it usable as it is. So the other thing that's so important is the immediate need. So to start now to try and raise yet another few $1 million, it just puts off the people coming in the door today. That I can't stress how, when I see people coming in the door, they're not well, there's so many things not working in their life, and to have a place that's safe and welcoming and begin that journey of recovery is so important.
Yeah. So some of the groups in the area, or a group, has suggested an alternative plan where the city would provide some land. Well, my calculation, just trying to guessing what, that even the gift of the land wouldn't bring you to that break-even point. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to speculate, but yes, I think the gift of the land is not a big enough part of the expense to build the project.
It doesn't actually get you anything more. I mean, it may bring down the cost, but it actually doesn't get you, from my reading of that proposal, an increased or larger community space.
Yes, yeah, that's my understanding of it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. That's it for questions. Next speaker is Joanne Graham, who is the Executive Director for the 127 Society for Housing.
Good morning.
Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Joanne Graham. I'm the Executive Director of the 127 Society for Housing. The 127 provides safe and affordable housing to vulnerable seniors in Vancouver. We have been in operation for 30 years and have 3 separate apartment buildings where we house 265 tenants. I'd like to share with you my comments this morning, which relate to the special site section of the draft Grandview-Woodland plan, and more specifically, the Kettle Society site at Commercial and Venables. I was excited to see that the plan principles address the need for social housing. Through my work with the 127 Society, I understand firsthand the challenges and difficulties of finding supportive and suitable housing for those in our communities who are vulnerable. Our new building, Jubilee House on Richards, will be opening in the next couple of weeks. Exciting. Increased density provided funding for our building to be built and will allow for 75 new low end of market units that will help subsidize our existing 87 units without government help. I fully support the proposal by the Kettle and Boffo properties for their site in Grandview-Woodlands. The proposal will provide an expanded community service center, allow the Kettle to expand the range of services they offer to its members, and provide 30 additional units of supportive housing that's greatly needed, as Nancy has just mentioned. The Kettle will have a capacity to welcome more people through their doors. The Kettle Society does vital work of providing mental health support and supportive housing to residents living with mental illness. Their existing location has now reached capacity. With the help of Bofo properties, the development will provide the Kettle with the means to renew their center and upgrade their aging building, provide additional units of supportive housing, and contribute more market housing options for the neighborhood. Incredibly, after many years of trying to obtain funding, it will ensure the redevelopment pays for itself. I understand the draft community plan restricts the Kettle-Bofo proposal to 9 stories, and that in order for the proposal to go ahead and have viability, it requires 12 stories. I drive by the actual project location probably every day, and across the street I've noticed that right across from the proposal there's a Vancouver East Lions Club, Adirondack Towers. That's a 12-story concrete building, which I just Googled last night, and it's built 38 years ago in 1978. So the plan today that we're talking about is actually going backwards from what happened 38 years ago. If you adopt the draft plan as presented, the Kettle will not be able to renew their center, hundreds of people will continue to be turned away, and the Grandview-Woodland community will lose out on a great opportunity for social inclusion and increased housing choices. I ask that you ensure changes are made to the plan to allow for projects like the Kettle. I also ask that changes be added to give future planning the flexibility needed with innovative proposals that provide new or replacement social housing. I thank Mayor and Council for your ongoing support of social housing, and I appreciate given the time today to speak on this proposal.
Thank you very much. You don't have questions.
Thank you.
Next up, Karen Sawatsky.
So thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking at chipmunk speed to get through my remarks, and so I don't know if it's helpful, but I do have a printed copy here for them. So, so my name is Karen Sawatsky. I'm a renter in Grandview-Woodland. I first moved to the neighborhood in 1986. I haven't lived there continuously since then, but I have been able to experience it and observe it as a resident for many years. I'm speaking today in support of the plan, which doesn't mean I don't have concerns about the future of the neighborhood or the future of renters in the neighborhood, but those concerns are mainly provoked by our insane real estate market and how that affects housing rather than this plan specifically. I live in the area called the Northwest Apartment Zone, so obviously I'm concerned about the fate of those buildings and my neighbors, many of whom have lived there for many years and are very rooted in the community and would like to stay there. Before touching on some specifics of why I support this plan overall, I would like to talk about the process. It's very important to me that considerable efforts were made to make the Assembly representative of the neighborhood in terms of housing tenure, age, and in other ways. Renters' voices are often less heard and not given as much weight as those who own property, and this is a neighborhood where about 64% of households rent, so it's very important that those voices are heard and included. While I may not agree with every single thing in the plan, it's important that renters did play a large part in shaping it. I note that 28 of 48 Assembly members were renters, and this is very unusual in city planning and very commendable. My response to the plan is also very much shaped by the changing demographics of the neighborhood. While I still enjoy and appreciate the area for its many great qualities, frankly, I much prefer the version of it that existed in the late 80s and early 90s when it was far less upscale than it is now, more locally oriented, more diverse, and not filled with million-dollar houses. But that ship sailed a long time ago now. While many of the buildings remain the same, the very low or even negative population growth rate in the neighborhood has not preserved what I most value about the neighborhood, which was the diversity of people. Change is inevitable, but I am very much concerned about the demographic trends evident in the census and referred to by staff. The neighborhood has fewer renters than it used to, fewer immigrants, fewer young families, and fewer elderly people. I believe this is because of the cost of housing and the lack of housing options for people who can't afford the cost of a single-family home. So if I could change anything in this plan, it would be to plan for more rental housing into it, even if that required more density to achieve. That's how important I think that new rental housing is. I appreciate that the plan talks about, quote, keeping the vibe of the drive, and to me this means making sure there's lots of housing for renters, because for decades now, renters have been essential to what has made the drive a great place to live. While I appreciate the character houses that are, there's a lot of attention to those in the plan, as much as the next person, to me making it possible for renters to continue living in the area in large numbers is the priority. And while I value those old character houses for their aesthetics, I and other renters used to also greatly them as a source of affordable rental housing, as they were filled with suites, and not just basement suites, main floor and second floor suites, which are far more pleasant to live in than basements, and many of those just don't exist anymore because they're now owner occupied or Airbnb occupied. So for me now, I just see those character houses as wildly unattainable luxury objects. In terms of the population growth embedded in this plan over 30 years, I find it modest and reasonable. It looks like about 1.4% per year, about 350 people. And considering the very low or negative growth rate in the neighborhood over the past decades, again, I think that's reasonable. Although I'm a Grandview-Woodland resident, I'm also a resident of the city as a whole, and so I care how this plan affects the city, and I think it's quite reasonable that our neighborhood absorbs some growth, and that in fact would be healthy for it, including for the future of the local schools. I'd like the neighborhood to make room for more people than just those who can afford to buy into it by purchasing a single-family home for a couple $1 million. I also appreciate the pace of change mechanism built into this plan and that response to renters' concerns about displacement. Displacement of renters has been happening for years already and in a low-growth environment. So I think it's important to have new tools to deal with it, and I hope that Council will consider renewing that tool at the end of the 3-year pilot period. In common with the past couple speakers, I'd also like to say that I'm concerned about where this plan leaves the Kettle-Bothell project and the social housing and mental health facilities that are part of it. The plan leaves a funding gap, and I know the Kettle has already been looking for about 10 years for additional sources of funding and has come up short. I hope the city won't just leave the Kettle hanging indefinitely about this project and its very much needed expansion of space for mental health services. I reserve the right to make more specific comments on the design of the project in the future when there's actually an application in place, if we can even get there, but I do see this project as important, and I certainly don't see it, even at the height of 12 stories, as some kind of disaster or death knell for the community, as opponents have often portrayed it. So, and I say that as someone who lives 2 blocks away from the site, so impacts of that development, if they're negative ones, will be on me, and I support it. Finally, I want to note that I have seen that GWAC is opposed to this plan and has in fact put out flyers that, quote, say, save our community from the city's plan. GWAC's actions and framing of this plan do not reflect my views as a resident, and in fact, I'm offended and somewhat angered by GWAC's framing of this because the plan was put together with a tremendous amount of community input, involvement, including renters. GWAC is mostly made up of homeowners, so I don't think that GWAC needs to save the community from this. This plan was made with a lot of community and renter input. So in conclusion, I'd just like to thank the members of the Citizens Assembly and city staff for their hundreds and probably thousands of hours of work and listening and collaboration that it took to come up with this plan.
That was a very impressive 5 minutes and 27 seconds. I don't think you took a single breath in the entire time. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Okay, we are on to speaker number 6, who is Beau Jarvis, representing West Group Properties. And after Mr. Jarvis, speaker 7 has withdrawn, and speaker 8 spoke for the Renters Advisory Committee. So the next one after that will be number 9, Noam Dolgan.
It's a little bit worn out. Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak generally in favor of the Grandview-Woodlands plan. However, I have a few things that I feel like I need to, shall we say, release. First and foremost, and I mean this with sincerity, hats off to city staff, members of Grandview-Woodlands community, and the many other stakeholders for their hard work and dedication in arriving at where we are today. In particular, city staff who probably found themselves between a rock and a hard place during most of this process. In general, I'm supportive of the height, density, and housing types in much of the area plan. Although I feel there should be far more townhome density versus duplex, I believe thoughtful consideration has been given to housing types and densities that support families, as well as the creation of vital new rental stock within the community. With this being said, notwithstanding my general support, I would be remiss if I didn't share my thoughts specifically on the density around the SkyTrain station. To put this simply, the Broadway Commercial SkyTrain station will become one of the busiest, if not the busiest, rapid transit hub on the Western Seaboard. The density and building heights that are contemplated in this plan are wholly inadequate, in my opinion. Specifically, the Safeway site and the 4 corners of Commercial and Broadway are fraught with what I believe are missed opportunities for more appropriate, mixed-use, transit-oriented density that would be fitting for such a critical transit hub within our city and within our country, for that matter. If we're not going to put density here, then where? I want to briefly touch on the Kettle-Bothell project. I have to say it was disappointing for me to watch what should be an example of the private sector working with a nonprofit group turn into a sideshow, basically. I witnessed facts being manipulated as well as the dissemination of inaccurate information, resulting in an extremely divisive issue in the neighborhood. Again, I find this unfortunate, and I'll leave it at that. I want to comment on an aspect of this plan that I'm concerned about. This is the areas within the plan which are pre-zoned or will be zoned via city-initiated process. While I acknowledge the significant portion of the area plan made up mostly of duplexes, row homes, and some four-story looks as though it will be pre-zoned, in these supply-constrained times where permitting processes are extending from months into years and where we have a significant amount of neighborhood fatigue, I don't understand why we don't take the extra step of pre-zoning more, if not all of the land area within the plan. We must be gluttons for punishment, because the significant number of applications outside of the pre-zoned areas that will come forward and which will meet the plan's intent will require rezoning, including a level of public consultation and a public hearing. Why? We've just spent the last 3 years talking about this. You couldn't have a more robust public consultation process, and now there will be more. There are many examples throughout the Lower Mainland where the local government has taken the extra step of pre-zoning land. Why not here? If we are truly to make a meaningful effort to increasing the supply of housing, we must take necessary steps to wind down the arduous and taxing process in getting supply to market. Lastly, I'd like to comment on an observation I made regarding community planning processes in general, inclusive of the Grandview-Woodlands process. The most common concern by my observation is a concern regarding the preservation of neighborhood character. What is neighborhood character? I think there are many aspects of neighborhood character, but if I were to pinpoint what it means to me, it's not necessarily all about the architecture, the building height, the public realm. It's also the people. It's the neighbor in the term neighborhood. To drill down further, it's families with kids that for me make up a large part of how I see neighborhood character. So the irony is, in many of the neighborhoods in the Lower Mainland that are so concerned about preserving neighborhood character, by limiting growth and thereby limiting access to a neighborhood, we are inadvertently diminishing character in many neighborhoods. New families can't get in. There are fewer children on the streets playing street hockey. Schools are closing. Look at Grandview-Woodlands. To quote a recent article in the Vancouver Sun, while the neighborhood is often considered family-oriented, that has clearly started to change. The number of children in the neighborhood plunged 35% from 1996 to 2011. And now there are 25% less teens in the neighborhood, end quote. In my view, the neighborhood character in this instance began to erode in 1996. So when we say no growth and density and we use preservation of neighborhood character as the reason, do we understand the opposite may be occurring? Do we understand we may in fact be diminishing neighborhood character? So to this end and in closing, I'll state again, while not entirely content, I'm in general support of this plan being adopted because we just need to move forward. Thank you. And I should have said Bo Jarvis from West Group, representative of a property owner there as well as stakeholder.
Thank you. You do have some questions from Councillor Affleck and Meigs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming. Just regarding commercial and Broadway and that intersection and the density that you say should be higher, but your argument is that it's already a very busy transit hub, which is clear. You know, and it will probably be alleviated if we get the Broadway corridor because a lot of those buses will then move further down and we'll save some of that chaos that we see there. But putting more density, can you tell me the logic behind putting more people there in a transit hub that is already crazy busy? I mean, how does that work in your mind? Can you just sort of elaborate on that?
I guess I look at transit-oriented density and I look at other neighborhoods. You know, you look at some of the moves that Burnaby has made. In many instances, the reduction of the use of cars is occurring. We're seeing large variances in parking under these types of buildings that are located on or near transit stations. So in theory, the traffic and the mayhem, as you describe it, should be reduced. You know, I look at, and there's the gentleman who spoke before about density and height. And I don't necessarily disagree with him because right now we have 25% of the population that occupies 65% of the land in the city of Vancouver, and that's really with single-family homes. So he spoke about lower heights, but trying to maintain density. If you go to a city like Amsterdam, you see 5 to 6 stories as far as the eye can see. Right? So if there's a concern about locating a critical mass in a certain area, then I think that the other gentleman's comments perhaps make sense. But in terms of density in one location, we have to also tie density to ridership and the funding of transit. No one's making that connection out there. And I think that transit funding is mostly based on ridership. And ridership is mostly based on people using the station. And so you have to have people living in and around the station to be using the transit.
Yeah, I guess I understand that. I guess I'm trying to get my head around, I understand, say the Nanaimo station has, very few, it has no buildings around it really, for example. But this station has, as you said, significant usage. And so I'm trying to, are you saying then that the people who use the train and transfer at that station would then move into apartments and there would be less people transferring at that station? I think, to me, it seems like there'd just be more people in that station. So the logic to me would be that, yes, I understand density at stations, but is that the right station to actually put a massive amount of density when we're already so maxed out for usage in that, getting on the train there is almost impossible. I'm sorry to kind of, I understand your point on the transit locations, but that one, I'm just trying to figure out where is that. And I can ask staff, where is that maximum amount of, where do we reach a law of diminishing returns potentially?
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think that's a really good question of staff and question of the planning professionals, because in this particular planning process, I think anecdote has outweighed fact, and it's been a very qualitative process and not a quantitative process. So why are we not asking those questions? If we were to take the political process out of this entire planning exercise, what would the planners put there?
Are you asking a politician to take a political process out? What is
It's
that?
a good question.
I don't understand what you're saying. No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. You do have questions from Councillor Meigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Jarvis. You touched on one area that has been mentioned before but not explored. So I just want to go a little more carefully on this question of density at the node. So my concern, I think, is that a community plan has to reflect the interests of the community, but also community involvement in the wider region. And I think that's what you're pointing to with this transit node. So as someone who's involved in the development sector with interest in the area and an understanding of what's going on at other transit stations that are not nodes, what do you think would look more satisfactory here? An order of magnitude of some kind. Is it half what you thought would be appropriate, or 20%?
Councillor Meigs, I don't want to put a number on it, because I think that in answering the question to Councillor Affleck, I feel like what's lacking is a quantitative analysis. So I haven't done that quantitative analysis, but I will say this: when I look at the plan, a block and a half away from the corner of the lot that the SkyTrain station sits on is planned for 6-story office. And to me, that seems wholly inadequate. When I look at and again, if the Broadway line gets built, this becomes the transit hub of our city. And so if people are going to be congregating here, living here, working here, how do you accommodate that? And again, linking ridership to funding back to density. So it's a long answer to your question, but I think that it needs further quantitative analysis to understand how much density should go in that location. I look at other sectors. I look at Cambie and Marine and the density that's there. I look at many examples in Burnaby with density around the SkyTrain stations and how they've looked at it. The Gilmore station is going to be taking 3 to 4 million square feet on the station. So how does that work with parking and ridership and traffic and all of that? It seems to be working.
Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Okay, next up we have Mr. Noam Dolgin or Dolgin or Dolgin. Gosh, okay, the more obvious, less French pronunciation. Welcome, Mr. Dolgin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Noam Dolgin. I come to you today as a resident of Grandview-Woodland, both a homeowner and as a tenant. and a small business owner, a realtor working primarily with first-time home buyers in the neighborhood, and with a professional background in sustainability education and consulting. So I'm here today with many hats. The basic facts, I think, are simple enough. First, the status quo in our neighborhood is unacceptable. As you know, population is declining, and affordability has all but vanished, and neighborhood schools are being considered for closure. At the same time, our neighborhood is now one of Vancouver's prime residential areas, attracting interest of new residents daily, except there are very few homes for sale or rent, and people end up moving elsewhere. And I see this daily in my work as a realtor. Second, Grandview-Woodland, particularly the area within a 10-minute walk of the SkyTrain hub, is an ideal sustainable choice for housing in the city. This location, with its multiple parks, proximity to major and expanding transit, and all that Commercial Drive has to offer, is Vancouver's greenest densification choice outside of the downtown core. And I want to make that point again. This is Vancouver's greenest densification choice outside of the downtown core. Far better than what was just referenced that happened at the Marine and Southwest Marine Drive, Campbell Marine Drive, where there's no shopping, or is now, very few restaurants, parks, etc., no business around. So we need more housing, a lot more, and of all types. The current plan does some of this well, but misses huge opportunities to accommodate the need of our community and our growing city. For example, the creation of row houses fills a huge gap in the market for young families, since the neighborhood currently lacks options for people in need of 3 or 4 bedroom homes. So why limit row houses just to the arterials? The development style creates community, provides a much needed housing type, and almost doubles density while still being in line with the neighborhood feel. So why not allow it facing parks, near the SkyTrain station off of Broadway, deeper into the neighborhoods which are now being proposed for duplex zoning? As for the proposed towers near the SkyTrain station and beyond, when talking to my neighbors, and I live right there at 11th and Victoria, most see the towers as an obvious choice for a growing city and wonder why the city would limit itself to 10 stories through most of the area. As I said, there's no place in Vancouver better situated socially, economically, environmentally, and physically for densification than the area between the Grandview Cut and 12th, between Woodland and Lakewood. It's already isolated by major streets, by physical geographical barriers, and it has the proximity to transit and to shopping and to parks we talked about. So while I support the increased densification and love that it comes with rental and social housing requirements, I think that's fantastic, I ask, why limit to 10 stories in 3.6 FSR, or 4 stories on 12th, for example? Why not take advantage of the obvious social, economic, and environmental advantages of this location? The once-in-a-generation project that is a community plan, and the fantastic proposed requirements for social and rental housing, and think bigger and bolder. The underutilization of this site seems short-sighted and out of alignment with the city's greening goals and housing goals. Andrew and his team have done a great job creating a blueprint upon which we can improve. Unfortunately, I believe the plan is too focused on appeasing the desires and fears of a small portion of the current community while sacrificing future residents and the city as a whole. In order to preserve the drive's funky nature, we must ensure there's enough housing for all, or it's the funkiest among us who are first to lose out. I'd like to quote, save that for question time. I'd like to quote my wife, Valerie, who wrote to Andrew on July 5th, 2013, regarding the Emerging Directions document. These words inspired me to be here today, and I hope they'll inspire you too. Quote, "While I understand the importance of City Hall receiving buy-in from citizens, I believe there's another side to the equation which is not being honored here. Our city officials and their staff are elected and hired to act as proxies for all citizens. Your job, therefore, and the job of City Council is to be leaders. There are times when you must lead the citizenry in a new direction rather than allowing thousands of cooks to mess about in the kitchen. People are concerned about maintaining the unique character of the community. Community is created out of more than just built forms. It's created by people living there and the design elements that encourage community interaction. I, my wife, grew up in a False Creek co-op, in a high-density experimental neighborhood. It was not until she moved to East Vancouver at 23 that she learned that most people don't know their neighbors and that density can be a really good thing. I encourage City Council to send this proposal back to planners with one clear mandate: to create an additional 2,000 units to support the growth, vibrancy, and survival of the neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dolgan. You don't have any questions. Okay. Earlier, Mr. Dolgan, you're welcome to grab a seat or get on with the rest of your day or whatever you'd like to do at this point. I did hear some noises that sounded like booing. I'd really like to not have to impose strict rules on whether or not people can make noises, because it's hard sometimes to distinguish between positive noises and negative noises. So if people could self-police on this, I think it would be a much better day for all of us. Okay, moving on. We have Mr. Len Paul, who is speaker number 10, followed by speaker number 11, David Carmen.
Hi there. I have a PowerPoint that was sent.
Sure.
To...
Madam Clerk, do you mind grabbing the PowerPoint? Do you have a stick or you emailed it?
Emailed it.
I'll just get the clerk to bring it up.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, great. Yep, so my name is Len Paul, and I actually live in the area that was just mentioned. I live on the south side of East 8th Avenue, near Broadway SkyTrain. I am a widower. I have 2 kids. I'm a single dad. There's 3 of us in our house, which, you know, we're lucky enough to buy about 15 years ago. And yeah, I'm sort of basically trying to figure out a way of moving forward so that I can live there with my kids for at least a little bit of time. How do I move to the next slide? Okay, great. Yeah, so I think one of the major issues that I have with the current draft of the plan is that I think that youth should be more involved in engaging and also being represented in the plan. So here we have the online survey that was sent out by the city. There was around 600 people that responded, and you can see on the survey side, there's that's on the left side of those bars there. There's an sort of an overrepresentation of people from 30 to 49, whereas the actual population of the distribution of the Grandview-Woodlands is actually a lot younger. So I think it would be good to include teens to, you know, people that may be even older that vote, that include them from teen to 30 for their opinion. So I think that because it's a 30-year plan, we should talk to the people that the plan is going to influence the most, such as my kids. And I think that safety is at risk. So yeah, putting in more density at sort of the nodes is a good idea, but the amount is also debatable. So Laura Secord, where my younger kid goes to, is often gridlock. Van Tech is quite congested. That's where my older 15-year-old goes. And the school populations have been largely uninformed because Laura Secord is actually in the Kensington Cedar Cottage area, and Van Tech is actually in Renfrew-Collingwood. So the interesting thing with the plan is that there's 9,500 people that are supposed to be added to this area over 30 years, and it's sort of like, you know, it's something that's been added as far as, you know, absorbing our amount of density within Grandview-Woodlands, but already Grandview-Woodlands is quite dense with 61 people per hectare versus the average of Vancouver of 54 per hectare, right? And you can see even from the map there that there's a lot of people downtown because there's a lot of towers there, and it's sort of like if I wanted to live with a lot of towers and density, that's where I would have, you know, moved. But I really do love the character and the funkiness of the drive. So there's these reports, the Coriolis report and the zone capacity calculation that actually shows that we could build out with our current zoning without, you know, changing the plan and still absorb around the same amount as was proposed in the draft plan. So I think one of the big things for my friends who weren't lucky enough to buy a home is that I'm an artist. I'm a composer. I work in video games. I make audio. You know, I'm fairly funky, I guess. So my other artist friends, most of them are renters, and even just like talking percentage-wise, there's 2/3 of the people in Grandview-Woodlands that are renters, and I think that the 3-year review process that's in the plan is great to preserve rentals, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. So speaking directly on the Broadway corridor, there's a massive amount of density there that's been proposed, 24-story tower. A lot of people that were south of Broadway were not notified. That part was added into the plan sort of a little bit later on. And there's a lot of people that I know there because that's basically almost across the street from where I live. As far as height, if we think about it, 6 stories casts a block-long shadow. I have like a 1-story house on the south side of East 8th, and my house will be in shade for like almost 3 months out of the winter. And that's sort of sad. So, and then if you also build these massive towers, then there's no sort of grand mountain view from a lot of the people south of Broadway. Building height along north-south streets makes, I think, more sense because then you're having less shading issues. And I think we need a yearly guideline for the build-out over time. And the city actually gave a presentation on this, I believe, yesterday, where they had pictures where there's like, this is at 5 years, this is at 30 years. And that's great, but there's no checks and balances like that in the build-out over time in the plan. And so I think that more time is needed basically to have youth properly informed and engaged. And I think what we need to do is break down maybe every 5 years of this 30-year plan, because trying to plan for 5 years is difficult, but 30 years is exceedingly difficult. So I appreciate all the effort that's been done so far, but I think we need a bit more time.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. You don't have any questions. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Okay, next up we have David Carmen, followed by Denise Piper. Maybe I'll just take a minute while Mr. Carmen's coming. Is there anyone else who has a presentation that the clerk does not yet have? No. Okay, great. Oh, I saw a movement. No? Okay. Maybe I'll say this. If you have a presentation, the earlier the clerk has access to it, the sooner she can get it loaded up. Okay.
Good morning, Council, Chair, Mayor. My name is David Carmen, and I'm here today to register my opposition to the 6-story building heights on East Broadway between Victoria and Nanaimo that have been put forth in the new Grandview-Woodland Community Plan. This plan comes along with the possibility of heights even greater than 6 stories on one stretch of that corridor that's been slated for negotiated CACs. This decision for 6 stories is disappointing for a number of reasons. Number one, I've heard this mentioned a lot lately, a City Commission Coriolis report stating the city has sufficient capacity in existing zoning and approved plans to accommodate over 20 years of supply at the recent pace of residential development. Number two, we have an informal neighborhood poll that showed that 94% of the respondents were opposed to 6 stories, and this was delivered to planners last year in August. Number three, there was vocal opposition at a recent Grandview-Woodland Area Council meeting, which was held to hear community concerns over the new plan, and this sentiment that 6 stories was excessive for East Broadway was repeated throughout the evening by many of the participants. Number four, the Citizens Assembly spent 9 months listening to the public, studying these issues, and ultimately put forward a recommendation of 4 stories. And while I'm on the topic of the CA, I took the time to peruse the trace document, which produces a side-by-side comparison of the CA recommendations to the new community plan. These comparisons were categorized as either incorporated, not incorporated, or incorporated with modifications. When I read the CA's recommendation for 4 stories, then the proposed policy response for 6 stories on Broadway, I saw that it had been classed as incorporated with modifications, and I was surprised. If I recommended my car be painted blue and was told that red was more suitable, it'll be painted red, I would have said that my recommendation had not been incorporated. And finally, number 5, the city's received a significant amount of opposition feedback to the 6 stories. This feedback was published on the city's CA website in a 70-page document called Submissions on Draft Sub-Area Recommendations. This feedback covered all 7 Grandview-Woodland sub-areas from Broadway Commercial to Cedar Cove, and the document also covered all topics from bike lanes to social housing and everything in between. Almost a full third, or what I've got here, specifically included opposition to the 6 stories on East Broadway.
Mr. Carmen, did you want to submit that for the record, or what's your...
Pardon me?
Were you going to submit that for the record, so
I
councilors...
can, yes.
Yeah.
If you want it like this, I can also email it if that's...
No, you can just roll it up. We can pass it around and have a look.
Now, almost a full third, like I said, was feedback from the Broadway commercial sub-area that specifically included opposition to the 6 stories on Broadway. All of those submissions mentioned Broadway is a concern except for 2 of them. One submission made no reference to the 6 stories, and the other said, I agree with the 6 stories, but think that 4 would be more palatable for the neighborhood. A rather tepid endorsement of the 6 stories. Now, to help sell the plan, a lot of focus has been placed on the extensive public consultation, open houses. There's a flyer here. There's no disputing there was tons of consultation preceding the release of this new plan. However, none of this PR ever mentions how much of any the feedback planners were obligated to implement. The flyer goes on to note in bold letters, public input shaped this plan. The problem is that in the case of Broadway commercial sub-area, this is the public input that helped to shape the plan, and this was bypassed. I appreciate it's no easy task to formulate a plan with so many considerations. However, in this specific instance, I don't believe the new community plan achieved the balance it claimed it was hoping to strike, and I hope this direction will be reconsidered. And if you want 3 more seconds, I'll give you what I liked. On a more cheerful note, I'd like to close by saying I really like the intentions set out in the arts and culture section of the plan. Some of these ideas can be great for the community. Details were a bit short on specifics this early, but I look forward to seeing how these ideas get incorporated. Thank you.
You do have questions from Councillor Clark, and the clerk can grab the submissions that you wanted to present.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks very much. I don't think you have to worry about rolling it back up. It's okay. In terms of the alternative, you've said 6 stories is rejected by the community. What is the alternative?
Well, yeah, putting a number on it, we actually had a residents group called 3 Stories Max. That is what we had hoped for. Unfortunately, it seems in these sort of plans and political machinations, it comes down to, it feels like a used car deal to me, almost like you say this, I say that, and we meet in the middle. A lot of people were very unhappy with the 4 stories recommended by the Citizens Assembly. But then to have seen it go back to what was in the original emerging direction 6, we thought was too much. So I can't speak for everyone, but probably 4 now would be palatable to a lot of people.
Right. Okay. And just to confirm, all of that input that you talked about, you've reviewed all of the input available to you?
I read it.
Right. And so it's just one letter that said 6 stories may be okay, but 4 would be better. Is that my...
Sorry?
I think what you said was in that one sort of, you call it a tepid endorsement.
Yeah.
6 okay, but 4 better?
Yes, they've given a list of things, 7.4 I agree, 7 whatever I agree, and regarding 7.9, which is the 6 stories, it says, I agree, but think 4 would be more palatable for the neighborhood.
Okay. In terms of you did a poll that you said was handed in last year.
Yeah.
Who did the poll exactly?
Myself and some other residents.
Oh, and how did you collect the information?
Door to door.
Okay, in the area of East Broadway?
Correct.
Right. And can you tell me what it is about 6 stories versus 3 or 4 that makes 6 stories unpalatable and 3 to 4 acceptable?
The amount of congestion that's already there is one. Another big thing is alleyways, having underground parking, and what I understand is part of the Broadway is looking at commercial use as well. So, you know, dumpsters and delivery trucks, that kind of thing. The school being right in the middle of that zone is another thing. I mean, I know construction doesn't last forever, but this will be an ongoing thing for quite a while that's going to kind of throw the whole neighborhood into upheaval.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Carmen, I just had one question of clarification, and I might have missed over the course of time. My memory was that you're actually opposed to 4 stories as well, but Councillor Carr's comments led me to believe that you might originally you were 3 stories max, but you're okay with 4 stories now?
Well, no.
Okay, sorry, that helps clarify. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
But 4 is better than 6, so I mean,
it's a smaller number than 6, definitely. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up, Denise Piper, followed by Eileen Mosca. I was gonna guess that actually. Are you? We don't really have a provision for people speaking on others' behalf. Is it that Miss Piper can't make it?
No, I am Dennis.
Oh, you're Dennis. Okay, we signed you up wrong. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Piper.
That's okay. Now, hello, my name's Dennis Piper, not Denise, and I have been a member of the Kettle Society for 20 years, 10 of them being on the board, and you know, I don't understand all these numbers and figures. I'm just here because I know what it's like to sleep on a piece of cement. I know what it's like to have stigma against my mental health issues. And we're not really all that bad of people, but a lot of people in the neighborhood, from what I gather, in my opinion, certainly do. I've seen people cross the street, and walk around the kettle instead of in front of it. I've seen people grab their kids and pull them away when they ask what it is. And, you know, the stigma's not good. But the main reason I'm here is what are we going to really do? You know, something has to be done. Because all this sadness and suffering I have seen over the years because of the way we get treated is... I don't know. I'm just at a loss for words. All I have to say is I'm for this project. Excuse me on the nervousness, but I don't know. I'm just at a loss for words. But something has to be done because things are just a mess. And I'm sorry I cannot continue. I'm just a little bit too emotional about this. Okay? Sorry about that.
Mr. Piper, I appreciate you coming today, and I really apologize that your name was incorrectly recorded. Councillor Deal, did you have questions or?
A question, but if you're not feeling up to answering, that's fine. Okay.
I'm up to it.
How do you feel that increasing the space and the facilities for the services at the Kettle will change things?
Well, I would figure there'd be more room for one thing, and maybe some people would start to begin to understand that we are people too.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Okay, we have Miss Eileen Mosca, followed by Mr. John Stovall.
Councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you again. Since this process started several years ago, I've attended uncounted, oh, sorry, am I doing something wrong? Much better. Thank you. Sorry. Since the process started, I've attended uncounted open houses, workshops, coffee meetings, put up uncounted sticky notes on walls, gone to community meetings, made written comments on the emerging directions and the current draft plan. I believe that I and other Grandview-Woodland residents have had more than ample time to study, discuss with neighbors and city staff, and make written comments on this plan. I attended 2 of the 3 most recent open houses where city staff, numerous city staff, were available to answer questions about various aspects of the plan. I found the planners to be quite rapid in response to emailed questions as well. The Citizens Assembly members, whom I know personally, put in unbelievable amounts of time on the process of studying everything and then more time on writing their report. So now we're at the document we're considering today. Is this plan flawless? No. Does it give me everything I ever wanted to see in a plan for my community? No. But I think such ideal plans only exist in an ideal world. And in the real world of Grandview-Woodland, I believe this plan is about as good as we can expect of a document crafted by human planners with input from human residents at large and a representative group of citizens who educated themselves on the issues. It's a great improvement over the emerging directions document, I think. In my opinion, it's now time to conclude this endless discussion and get on with a vote that will begin implementation. I'm here to ask you to listen to the points made by citizens on the speakers list, make adjustments to the document where you think necessary, and vote on the Grandview-Woodland plan. Please don't keep kicking this can down the road. Enough, enough. So with the 5-minute limit, now I have to start talking really fast. Following my chipmunk predecessor, I only have time. I decided to comment on one aspect of the many in the plan I'm interested in. The one that concerns me most is the Kettle Boffo development at Commercial and Venables. The financial gap referred to in the document is no small, insignificant detail. It's a deal breaker. The result of reducing the size of the project to the point where it's not financially feasible for the developer to provide the Kettle with 30 units of supportive housing and expand facilities for their much-needed services. If this gap is allowed to remain as part of the community plan, once it's finalized, it's going to leave the Kettle in the same position it was in 2007 when I first was sitting in meetings discussing Leo Astorino's imminent retirement and his willingness to sell the building to the Kettle, and how could we get housing for our residents who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, or with mental health challenges in that site. Over the past 9 years, I've been aware of various failed strategies to secure this funding. The partnership between a Grandview-Woodland-based developer and the Kettle Society appeared to me to be the perfect solution. It provides these services and housing at zero cost to Vancouver taxpayers. The people who will benefit most from this partnership will be the Kettle clients and those in our neighborhood who most need supportive housing. I believe that these folks are the people who have not had an effective voice in these community deliberations. But they are, in my opinion, very important residents of my community and who have been marginalized by health and circumstance. As a fellow resident, I want to see them win something in this plan. They deserve better housing and expanded services, and if the Kettle's allowed to complete their partnership with Boffo, they will get this win. If the Kettle and Boffo, if Boffo can't do the deal under the existing requirements in the draft, they're going to walk away, and we're going to be back at 2007 looking around for money, and I don't think they're going to find it. Another aspect of the development is increased density and increased market housing choices in our neighborhood. I've lived in Grandview-Woodland for 36 years, and I do love the neighborhood as it is. I mean, I passionately love the neighborhood, but I don't think it's time to pull up the drawbridge and keep it this way, because it ain't working for people. It's not working for my 3 adult kids. They would never be able to buy a house now. We only bought a house back in 1980 because it was under $60,000 to buy a tear-down house that hasn't been torn down yet, but it's still standing. There aren't any of those anymore. There's nothing even comparable to that. And I'm wondering, where will my kids and their friends live?
Ms. Mosca,
I'm sorry, I'm over 5 minutes? That's it?
you are. Okay, but you do have some questions from Councillor Affleck.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Can I just say, let's not leave the people from the Kettle out of the plan, out of the progress we're all going to get in 30 years.
Okay. Councillor Affleck.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Nice to see you. I know that you and I have known each other for probably almost 25 years now, and I know you were when I lived on commercial, you were a very engaged citizen then, and you continue to be, which we really appreciate. And I guess your start of your comments was about the consultation, and we certainly have received a significant amount of comments via email and so on, saying the consultation period was too short. But you're saying it was because of the launch or the actual final document came to us, 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. And so your argument is that that's fine because the neighborhood was engaged, should have been engaged for the last however number of years.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I think the 4 weeks, people were expecting that document, looking for it. They were able to dissect it at the open houses. Your staff was out there. All the different areas of the plan was represented by staff, and you could go talk to them. There were posters on fences at schoolyards. People known for a month. I mean, people have been dealing with this, thinking about this. It's been a remarkable process for which I give you some compliments and some brickbats. But over the 4 years, I think it's been very interesting and very engaging. And I think adding time on now is just not needed. Those who have been involved have had their eyes open for this plan and have had a month. People don't have time to go on for 6 more months attending open houses and writing on sticky notes. I don't see the value in that.
And when you said staff responded rapid in their responses, that's a positive. You're saying they were quick. Rapid. I thought you said rabid. I thought, wow. I was like, wow.
Not rabid. They might even want to be rabid.
Never heard that comment before about rapid. Okay, but rabid's good too potentially. I guess. Yeah.
Rabid shows passion.
Yeah, exactly. And regarding the BOFO, that development. So a lot of the concern about the height and the experience of Commercial Drive, and is there a way, in that whole 5-story maximum. So you're fine with it going up higher. You don't think it ruins the
I looked
neighborhood
at the 12-story model they put out, the potential model, and you stand on Commercial Drive, you're seeing Adanac Tower, which is going to end up being slightly taller than this one. You look straight down the drive, and you'll be looking at 2 towers, one on each side of the street. And I don't see that as a detriment. I think it could be a benefit to the drive, and I think the mixed use in addition to the Kettle down there at that end is going to be a great thing for the community.
You must be having some robust conversations with your neighbors who have signs on their property about...
You know what? My neighbors know that I've never been very predictable. I am a tad eccentric. I put that to being an artist as a career, but I'll take the brickbats too. Yes, I have been having robust conversations, and it has become very nasty and divisive. And I think I fit the demographic of a no-tower person. I'm older, I'm whiter, I own a house. No, seriously, if you go to meetings or get in these conversations, there is a demographic that wants to hold on to the way it was. And I love the way it is and was, but I think we can make it better. And I think part of that is accepting density. I think the way they brought the plan back this time, it makes some more provision for things that appeared to me from my conversations more acceptable to a wider number of people. Not the core group that don't want to see anything at Venables and Commercial higher than 5 stories, but to many others.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Ms. Mosca, you do have more questions from Councillor Deal.
Hello, Ms. Mosca. Good to see you.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you if you had any specific comments around the complete streets area. I know that you have a keen interest in having everyone travel streets safely. We've had that conversation. So did you get a chance to look at the concept of a complete streets program? And you know, we're going to be doing more consultation on that, which I'd hope you'd be part of. But
So you're asking me to comment on the bike lane on Commercial Drive?
well, not specific. I'm actually not calling it a bike lane on Commercial. There's a car lane, there's a bus lane, there's a pedestrian lane, and there's a bike lane. So how they work together.
I've been biking the drive for 30 years. It doesn't bother me to bike it the way it is. Okay. And so I do understand that. I do think the merchants are very, very concerned, and their clear concern is parking. But the plans for that bike lane that I've seen don't really eliminate much parking at all. The bikes will be on the other side of the parking. And I would like to see it tried. I would like to see this city put out a pilot bike lane that really is a pilot bike lane, not a bike lane that involves, you know, pouring acres of cement and saying, whoops, you know, we're keeping it, or, you know, you're going to love this. But maybe do some kind of trial that you're telling people is a trial, and that might bring down the level of emotional distress over this and prove to the merchants that it could really work. You know, check it out on these blocks. It could really work. I think it could.
Well, thank you for that. And we will be doing, the actual consultation will be starting in the fall, and hopefully you'll be part of that.
I guess I'll be back.
I think you will. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Deal has inspired another councillor to have questions. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I had actually asked staff a question regarding the plans for the bike lane yesterday, or for the consultation surrounding whether or not we should have a bike lane. And it was my understanding that many of the merchants, I think it was over 85%, had concerns on Commercial Drive. And there were safety concerns. I was driving down Commercial Drive just to get here. And it's quite a narrow street. It's also my understanding that many people have mentioned Woodland as an option. It's not that it needs to be here or nothing. There are other options. Yep. Could you speak to that? And do you see that in the plan, or do you see it's kind of this way or no way?
I don't see it as this way or no way, but I guess it will be once you once you approve this plan. I hadn't spent a lot of energy on that, but just to speak to Woodland Drive, it already is a bike route. So is Lakewood. And if I'm going to like Trout Lake, or I'll take Lakewood or some, but if I'm crossing town, I'll probably take Woodland. But if I'm going shopping or going to do a volunteer gig or go to the library, which all of our residents use their bikes, well, not all, but many do, to use those kind of local things. So they're going to show up on the drive just to get where they're going. So I think it would be fine to have, it is good to have these parallel bike routes. I'd like your clarification on the Victoria Drive one. That one might work, and I won't even go there, but that's on the books. In a strange way, it's on the back set of books, a bike lane along Victoria. I know this because a property developer is losing 7 feet of an easement to allow for this Victoria Drive bike lane. So apparently that's just in the background, and the Commercial Drive is the one they're talking about. I think we might try this and truly try it 6 months. Try it for 6 months, then do your consultation. Let people see what it works, so they're not consulting on a theory, and so they don't have to be upset about it or love it. Let's try it for 6 months, take it away, and then consult and say, well, which worked? You may get many converts that way, and it might be more appealing to people after they've seen that it can work.
Thank you.
Just a thought.
Great. That's it for Councillor Louis. Just bearing in mind, we have, the shorter you are, the more chance that 2 more speakers can speak before 12.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to revisit some of your comments earlier about this being a human plan and not ideal. What wasn't ideal about it in your mind? I
was saying it's not ideal in that nothing is perfect, and there's no way you could create a plan that would please everybody. Some things, okay, well, I think the lack of park space, the lack of attention to biodiversity issues and green space. I mean, just for me, off the top of my head, they're not going to be my keen burning issues that I'm here to speak on today, but there are some, and everybody has some. But my whole point is, I think this is a very good, workable plan, but not perfect. And I think all kinds of different people have different issues with it, like Mr. Carmen and his, the streets, the height of buildings along East Broadway. You could never write a community plan that will make every person in the community happy. That's really what I was meaning. And kudos to these guys who actually pulled it off. You know, I think the long and winding road.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Mr. John Stovall, Reliance Properties, followed by potentially Miss Ann McMullen, depending on how many questions councillors have for the speaker. Mr. Stovall.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. And I just want to be clear, I do often speak on behalf of UDI, so I'm not doing that today, just Reliance Properties. Few general points. You know, although this plan is somewhat underwhelming in certain locations like around transit, I very much encourage you to move it ahead as quickly as possible. It's been taken a long time, and it's one of the most fulsome engagement processes I've ever seen in the city of Vancouver. So please support the plan and move it ahead as quickly as possible now. I think you need to support the BOFO project. I think we all know what the right thing is to do there, and I think that's what you have to do. It's like watching, you know, someone pull the legs off a spider. What's been going on there? It's just got to come to an end. It's just the right thing to do. I would also echo Bo Jarvis's comments that I think in these community plans, this one if you can, next ones if you can't on this one, you've got to do some pre-zoning. You know exactly the form and massing you're going to get. Why do we need to keep coming back for rezoning after rezoning? You know, get your fixed CACs and index them or whatever you need to do, but let's not keep having to go through endless processes for every single project. It creates an expectation among the public that the policy is still being considered. Now I just want to deal with a couple of specifics. We have two sites in Grandview-Woodland in the Hastings Slopes area. We've had them for a number of years. Staff has always known that we've had them from the beginning of the community plan, and we've always been very clear that we want to bring these sites forward as 100% rental. So unfortunately, I'm just going to delve into a couple of technical matters for consideration. On page 49 of the Grandview-Woodland Plan, section 622, the Hastings Slope sub-area has 3 blocks on the north side identified. 2 of them are identified for up to 10 stories and 4.5 FSR. And the most easterly block is identified as 8 stories and 4.0 FSR. This sub-area does not require rental, and it seems to be a choice. We're just looking for some flexibility there on that last northeast block of that subsection that would allow us to go to 10 stories and 4.5 FSR if we would commit to 100% secured market rental for the life of the building. So I'd ask council and staff to consider that. The next site we have is in the Hastings Hilltop area on the south side at Hastings and Woodland, and there the report identifies no change in FSR under the plan. It would be the same 3 FSR as is currently permitted in the C2 zoning, but there is a consideration to go to 6 stories for rental. And we understand that these are shallow blocks and there's concerns with shadowing and overlook into the residential properties to the south, but we would like a little bit of flexibility in the FSR built into the plan if we can do 100% rental there and go to 6 stories, just to make sure that we don't have kind of a technical fail on form and massing, and that the planners have an opportunity to just tweak that zoning a little bit to get us to the full 6 stories for rental. So those are my two requests, and otherwise my general support to move the plan ahead, and also our appreciation to staff for what's been an extremely difficult and arduous process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stovall. You do have 3 councillors. We have 4 minutes, so it is likely that you will need to come back after the break to answer the rest of the questions, starting with Councillor Affleck.
I only have one question regarding the pre-zoning thing, and sort of back to what Ms. Mosca said. Maybe, you know, do you see the point of maybe not pre-zoning too much, so there is an opportunity where there are perhaps areas that need tweaking, so that the neighborhood doesn't feel so stuck with the overall vision of the plan, and that's partly why we're not pre-planning in a way?
I can see your point, Councillor Affleck. I think, you know, maybe some looking into what's happened on Canby and how much the ultimate projects that are being built there really vary from the plan might lead to some cues there. I'm not sure myself how much those plans are getting modified, but they seem to me to be fairly standard. I think the larger sites in Grandview-Woodland shouldn't be pre-zoned, but, you know, like, they should be zoning policies. But I think the sort of typical stuff, that's very formulaic, I think it could probably be benefit from rezoning. And there's probably still enough flexibility to put into the rezoning itself for staff to tune and tweak, negative implications of certain projects.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Louis.
Okay, try to be quick, Madam Chair. Just to reiterate, you're concerned that the hard cap on the FSR may preclude the economics of a rental building being built in the Hastings Slope area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's just before the village, the last section before the village. And I understand that because of the shallow sites, the 3 FSR is probably a reasonable point. But sometimes a hard cap in zoning on FSR can create kind of a technical fail where you'll lose a whole story just because you're at like 3.15 or 3.05 or something. So let's just look at the flexibility there to make sure that for rental going to 6 stories, we can actually get to 6 stories and make it work.
So it's not like you're asking for an extra FSR.
No.
But rather an adjustment so that if it's close, that it allows for the building to be built.
Right, to meet the intent of the plan, which is when going to 6 stories to build rental there.
Okay. I'll ask staff to give us some comments on that when time comes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor DeGenova, you have about
I'll
45
be really,
seconds.
really quick.
Okay,
I'll put both of the questions out there and we'll see what you can answer.
And I don't have to answer them.
But, and you don't have to answer them. Yes. All right.
That definitely means I will.
Really quickly. So pre-zoning. For instance, an example, although it's very different than a community plan, Little Mountain, we saw that there was a small, in the staff recommendations, there was a small amount where there was a possibility that if, for reasons you're talking about, it was a point of FSR, under 1 point of FSR, there would be some flexibility. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah,
and do you think in a way, sorry,
Double.
I'm just going to go, pre-zoning takes the guessing out of it for the community who often is up in arms with the issues that come with spot rezonings?
Yes.
Okay, that's great because we're at time. Thank you very much, Mr. Stovall. Okay, Council, before you leave, I have to run us through a few procedural issues here. The very first thing I need is a motion to extend the meeting to complete the business. Thank you. Anyone like to speak to that? Nope. Anyone opposed to that? Excellent. We're going to recess very shortly. So the second thing I need is a motion to vary the agenda to hear items 2 and 3 at 1 o'clock and to move item 1 to the end of the agenda so that it will be what follows after 3. Okay? Anyone want to speak to that? Seeing none. Anyone opposed to that? Nope. Okay, so that passes. So what will happen is in a second I'm going to call a recess, but before that I'd like to explain that if you are a speaker to item 2 on the Sunset Senior Center proposal, you would come here at 1. If you're an RCMP land speaker, I would guess probably 1:45-ish. Thank you, Council, for picking up the pace on the speakers. And then if you're coming back for this item, I'm going to say 3, although every time I do this, or sorry, 2, I think it should take about an hour for the other 2 items, but it entirely depends on Council's interest in debating and amendments and other items that they might put time into during that period. So yeah, if you follow Twitter, you can find @VanCityClerk. We'll have updates. What else has updates? The website has updates on the front page. If you go to vancouver.ca, the Twitter feed actually runs there, as well as the live feed that you can click on, and that will have, if you're interested in hearing about the Senior Center or RCMP lands, you can listen in on that. So we will be back at 1. We are on recess.
Okay, by the clock on the wall, we are a little past 1 o'clock and we have a quorum in the chamber, so I will call this meeting back to order. As advertised before the break at 12, we are starting back on item number 2, which is building a senior center in South Vancouver Sunset area. Councillor Louis, did you want to introduce your motion?
Just to say a few words of introduction. Like, of course, this motion comes before you as a result of, I think, not myself, but rather the advocacy of many in the community that have been advocating for additional senior space in East Vancouver, South Vancouver more specifically in this instance, for many, many years. We've had some limited success with the Killarney Community Centre, and that is, I think, positive and good news for us in our city, that we're able to leverage provincial and federal monies. But this, of course, is an ongoing effort and should be an ongoing effort of the city to continue to provide services, much needed services, to this part of the city. And this is why I've moved the motion. Of course, I was very pleased that Mayor Robertson was the seconder of the motion as well, just to show how committed our council is to making this happen. And I'll leave it at that for now, and happy to hear the speakers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. I might suggest, given our practice, that I will ask council if anyone had questions for staff before we hear from the speakers. Okay, we'll start with Councillor DiGenova. Questions to staff.
Thank you very much. I had questions regarding the funding model. I'm guessing the staff, unless our city manager would like to answer my question.
Sure, that's great. Thank you.
My first question would be regarding the funding model. I understand that this is generally looking at that, but what I saw with the South Vancouver Senior Center that will be coming online is that there was Park Board land that was allocated for that, and at Park Board, I know that it has been looked at through a strategy that the best place to have a senior center would be near or next to a community center or a hub. So I don't see that in Councillor Louis' motion. I'm just wondering if this motion was to pass, if staff would be working with the Park Board on that.
Not at all. There you go.
In the Killarney model, there was land allocated by the Park Board, and then just for anyone who's here that doesn't know, I think we all do, it was $2.5 million contribution from the province, the federal government, and the city.
Madam Chair and Council, the way that I'm interpreting the motion is that we would be sent off to go look at those various options, funding and location and whatnot, and come back with a potential game plan. So at this point, I think all options would be available to us as we look at how we might land a facility there. So that's kind of how I'm interpreting it.
Another question that I've been asked, although Councillor Louis' motion specifically states Sunset, there are other areas in East Vancouver, as we have Killarney will be the only area that will have a senior center in East Vancouver, and I understand that maybe 5 years ago that would have served over 28,000 seniors. I would guess that the number has grown as we have an aging population. I'm wondering if at all staff would also be looking at other locations for either another senior center or for another area in East or South Vancouver that could be better served, such as Strathcona, or are there other areas? How would we determine the need for that, as we already will have one in the South Vancouver area, but no other areas in Northeast Vancouver for seniors?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair and Council. Councillor Meggs was raising the other day the issues with the Anglican Church in the South, I think it's the South Granville Senior Center that's being impacted there. I think we're seeing a need, particularly with the demographic shift that we're seeing across the city, a need for a coordinated strategy, a kind of a collective approach around how we address seniors facilities for the years to come, because there's, I think, going to be more demands. Particularly for single seniors, which obviously are at greater risk. So I think that's a need more broadly across the community. What I'm seeing in the motion is certainly not inconsistent with our need to address additional seniors facilities, and so I would take the motion as kind of part of that input. On the medium to longer term, I think we need a more comprehensive strategy to understand those demographics and and to understand where we need facilities over the next 10 or 20 or 30 years. But again, this motion is kind of directing us to look at that particular area where I know there is a need.
Thank you. Another question that I had is regarding, it's very vague in speaking about the funding model, and I know that it was very difficult and it took several years to secure the money from the Build Canada Fund and so on. I'm wondering if staff could at all comment on, I know that Councillor Carr has asked the question before, but Mr. McGee is back and forth in Ottawa, and I'm just wondering if he has reported at all any interest in the government there funding part of this project or a project like this. Has he relayed that to staff?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think the motion calls for us to look at funding options. So if the motion's passed, this would be one of the things that we would be engaging with the federal government to explore. I don't believe that we have explored this need with them yet.
And do you feel that it would be best suited near another recreation facility, a senior center? Usually, and I believe, and I can't find the document actually, I've looked for it. There was a document that was put out when the Killarney, I think it was the feasibility study for Killarney many years back, saying that it's best suited to be near a community center and an all ages area.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like having those facilities co-located is something that the city has been endorsing for quite a while now. So that would be one of the things that we would look at, is what other facilities might be in the area. It may be that there aren't that many facilities in the area, and having this as a standalone that could have meeting rooms and serve as a bit of a community house could work as well. So I think those would be the types of things that as the team would like to, we would look at based on this motion.
Okay, you are out of time, Councillor DiGenova. So we are on to speakers. I apologize for the delay, but it is our practice to allow councillors to ask questions before speakers. So we have up first Ms. Colleen McGuinness, who is representing the Seniors Advisory Committee as their chair.
Madam Chair and members of council, I am delighted to be here today because I'm not going to whinge about anything. I know, what a change. Yeah. On behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee, I'm here to say that we would like to endorse this project, that this is something that is much needed. I have provided my written notes, but you guys can read, so I don't need to go into that. We really think that this is important. This is an area of the city that's been very underserviced. And the growing population of, I call them seniors and aging baby boomers, is really something that needs to be addressed, because we have, as the city manager mentioned, we have singles, we have isolation, we have a whole range of things with a continuing growing population of seniors. So we, as a advisory group, we strongly support this. But as in many circumstances, we have a qualification. The experience that we have seen from the design of the Killarney Senior Center is such that we would like to ask that a representative from the Seniors Advisory Committee be part of the early planning phases of this project. And I think that it's critical that a small select group of people from the community also participate. Currently, Chris Morrissey and I sit on the planning committee for the new Dogwood facility. And we're there representing the seniors and representing a different perspective than the families of the users. It's really been, I think, quite productive. So in conclusion, we support this. We think that this is an area that the city needs to provide services for, and a new center can lead to leading edge programming for a very vulnerable population. And I would conclude by reminding you that baby boomers are not going to grow gracefully into old age. They are a group that has set many new trends and will continue to do so well into their 90s. My parents both were in their 90s, and I expect to be around for a long time too. So be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis, for those very concise remarks. Working with a group of baby boomers, I hear your points on that. So, Councillor Louie, you are up.
I would disagree. I think seniors are going to be going gracefully, just not quietly.
You treat us well and we will be graceful.
Yes. Thanks for the correspondence that we've had over these past couple of days trying to refine this language. So if I understand you correctly, in the second therefore be resolved where it says City of Vancouver directs staff to work with wider community in South Vancouver, and particularly the seniors groups in Sunset area for their input, that additional language specific to the Seniors Advisory Committee would be appreciated as part of directing staff to work with as part of the planning of this.
Please. And we happen to have a very, very strong membership on the Seniors Advisory Committee. And so I'm sure over a period of time we could offer consistent support and insight from the seniors' perspective.
Okay. I do have a question in regards to the focus. Obviously, this is a focused attempt to build a center, an additional center in South Vancouver specific to the Sunset area, and leveraging provincial and federal monies to come back into the equation as well. This is exactly how we started the Killarney Center, where council took the lead, made a decision, and their park board followed along by making an offer of their land. Way back when I think it was Raj Hundal when he was the chair of park board when that happened. In this instance, I know that there's still significant deficiency of senior space in the east side of Vancouver. Do you have a problem with focusing on this as a start, as part of the larger program?
I think this is a good first step, but I think as the city manager pointed out, what is really needed is a strategy for the entire city, because I stand here today as the chair of the seniors committee, but I'm also the president of the Dunbar Residents Association, and we do not have in Dunbar a specific senior center. We have a church that got a grant for 1 year to put on a hot lunch program for seniors. Yes. That's as best we can do. We ship them to Kerrisdale, we ship them to Brock House, but we do not have a program and we do not have a facility in Dunbar either. Okay. So the larger issue is citywide.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Louie. There are more questions, Ms. McGinnis, but I realize as an oversight, I failed to mention that Commissioner Aaron Shum has joined us today from the Park Board, so thank you for being here. Councillor Clark, you had questions.
No, actually, my question was asked by Councillor Louie. So
fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much for coming in today and for your enthusiasm for the project, which I know is shared by all of us, that we have far more facilities available for seniors. But I'm interested if you could give us a few details as to why you feel that expertise, which is vast, I know, in the Seniors Committee. I'm certainly in awe of it after every meeting. But what are the things that made the difference when you were consulted at the end as opposed to at the beginning? Can you give us just a few little details there which would help us understand why it's a necessity?
Well, it really saddens me because we had a presentation from staff and Parks Board a couple of months ago on the Killarney project. And some of the obvious questions were, and where do the charter buses park that pick people up to take them for programs? Oh, we hadn't thought of that. Where does the handy dart come? Well, that goes at the back of the building. In the days when I was growing up in the prairies, women were allowed into certain facilities through the back door, and that's pretty much what they've done with the seniors program at Killarney. I'm sorry to say, but it's not well located. You take the most frail and vulnerable population and you march them past the yoga rooms and all of the fitness facilities to the farthest distant point of the building. And that just doesn't seem to me to be logical. You have architects and designers and people who are all young and able-bodied, who are doing their very best, and I'm not slagging what they're trying to do, but they don't come from a position of truly understanding what seniors need. And so I think by the time they left, they were very disheartened because although we know that Killarney needs a facility, it's going to be built, but it could have been better. And so based on that, I'd like to see us involved early enough on to prevent some of those quite obvious errors.
So it's not just a matter of just respect, it's a matter of actually getting useful information that will make it possible for the facility to actually serve the people it's built for.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I was thinking of this the other day. If the building had been reconstructed, you could have remodeled an area at the front for seniors. I'm sure that the seniors in the area wouldn't mind being in the older part of the building if it was close to the door and to access. But instead, you've got a lovely new building that is as far away as possible. And so if people have mobility issues, they have a long way to go. Longer way than others. And that's why we would like to be in on the design and the early implementation part of it. Not to come at the end and throw rocks.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you for coming in today, and I'm glad that Councillor Louie is open to the amendment, and I think it will certainly bode well for the future if that advice is sought. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. You do have one final questioner, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. I actually miss being a liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee.
You too.
But I'm sure Councillor Ball and Councillor Stevenson are having lots of fun. I wanted to ask you regarding the same question I asked staff, the need for senior centers. I understand that there are many right now on the west side, and they don't even fulfill the need, that there are over 12. That said, there will be one in Southeast Vancouver, and that it has taken so long to build that it may not, it certainly may be underbuilt for the population of seniors we have.
I think that's very, very accurate.
I'm not trying to take away from Sunset at all, but we will have 2 senior centers then in South Vancouver, which is difficult for seniors on all sort of, I would say, 4 corners of East Vancouver to possibly get to South Vancouver. Does the Seniors Advisory Committee at all discuss or have any data on where the seniors who need these services or our most vulnerable seniors may be in the community? And is that something that you would consider looking at in a strategy for the future? Is that something you'd ask us to look at, which I think you have?
I would ask you to get your staff, because we are 14 volunteers.
But the best researchers I've seen.
We walk the walk, if you will. But I think a rational look at the entire city is absolutely essential. And Killarney, I think, is going to be too small for the amount of senior population. But in that, I would also add that BC Transit has changed the route, and now the community center is even more isolated than it was before. It now requires an extra transfer, and that's another piece of the puzzle. It's one thing to build it, it's another for people to be able to get there. And public transit is key for seniors.
And my last question would be regarding attaching, or I suppose connecting, having a senior center adjacent to a current community center. From my time at Park Board and also here on council, through discussing with staff the reason as to why Kerrisdale has done that, Killarney has done that. I know there was a lot of talk about should it be standalone or should it connect to the community center. Does the Seniors Advisory Committee or yourself, do you have any views on it being connected to a hub, a community center?
I'm sure there's some management economics that you get if you have the 2 services interlaced. I know when I've been to Kerrisdale, you see seniors and grandchildren, and so there's an opportunity for a mix that you might not get if it was a standalone senior center. But whatever is built will be used. It can be better, it can be less efficient, but it will be used.
Okay. And the other question I would ask, my last question, is just regarding city involvement with our park board or with other groups. Is there any other groups that you would suggest as the Seniors Advisory Committee that in moving forward to look at this with our staff that we should suggest to our staff that we reach out to? I know that you have a relationship with the Persons with Disabilities Committee to make sure that everything's accessible.
Yes, I think that that's probably a very good idea. With the model that I was using, which was Dogwood, there's a different community committee, a planning committee, that has the persons with disabilities dealing with the Pearson Hospital. But yes, you've got definitely, you've got seniors and you've got mobility and accessibility issues, and there's nobody more knowledgeable than the Persons with Disability Committee.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it for last questions. So I will advance you and bring forward Miss Lorna Gibbs, who's here as the President, Southeast Vancouver Senior Arts and Cultural Center Society. Welcome, Miss Gibbs. I understand you have a presentation, so clerks will just bring that up.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors, friends and neighbors. My name is Lorna Gibbs, and I'm here as president of the SEVSAC Society, that's the Southeast Vancouver Seniors Arts and Cultural Center Society, to express our support for Councillor Louie's motion to build a senior center, and I think it is needed in the Sunset area. In December of 2006, Councillor Louie put forward another motion that was for a senior center to be built at Killarney. Construction of that center will start next year. And the doors of East Vancouver's first senior center will open in 2018. This is a great success, and we're all delighted, but it took a long time, and it will still be more than a year before the doors open. One of our volunteers made the hand-drawn map you see on your screen, and I apologize for the quality, but it was a portable typewriter, if you can believe it. The black dots indicate the location of Vancouver senior centers as they were in 2008. The big rectangle in the middle is East Vancouver. East Van includes the area from Hastings in the north to the Fraser River in the south, and from Main Street to Boundary. Quite a few people live there, I think, including seniors. But there's no black dot there because there was no dedicated senior center then, and there's none now. With respect, we submit the lack of dedicated senior centers in East Van doesn't really reflect Vancouver's values of inclusiveness, equity, and fairness. But the motion before you will help to correct that, and we hope you will pass it without delay. The 2011 census reported 9,045 seniors residing in the Sunset area. And we expect to see a significant increase when the 2016 census comes in. And that will be as a result of the family reunification plan. This will allow Sunset families to welcome parents and other relatives into their homes and their hearts again. And as you know, historically, immigrants have always settled in East Vancouver because of lower housing costs. And we expect this will continue. I've also heard, but this is just chit-chat, that some West Side seniors have been downsizing, selling their properties, and seeking housing in East Vancouver. And that's not going to help us much. It just makes us more crowded. But surely a senior center is needed in this area to serve the community and help these newcomers settle in. The 2011 census shows 25%, or 1 in 4 Metro residents, will be over 65 in 2031. If it took us 12 years to get this one senior center built, that doesn't leave us a lot of time. And Vancouver's age-friendly action plan says that the total number of seniors will double by 2036. Vancouver Parks Board minutes in February 2016 say that by 2041, Vancouver's senior population, 65 to 74, will increase by 79%, and over 75 will be an increase of a whopping 105%. The bottom line is there are a lot of seniors looking for somewhere to go now. I see them sitting on benches at transit stops and chatting for as long as the sun shines. And there are more seniors coming down the pike. So senior centers will be very popular, especially when it rains. Even now there's competition for space, and but we could ease that by freeing up space building a senior center. We once hoped that Killarney Senior Center could serve the other neighboring communities, but getting there is such a problem now. There's very poor intercommunity transportation through public transit, and community centers don't have any buses to transport seniors. Now that in itself, I think, is strange. So Sunset deserves a center of its own. We flourish when we can meet in accessible, friendly gathering places. We can encourage each other to get out and exercise, get out of the house. As a result, we enjoy better physical and mental health. And the spin-off benefit is that we become more resilient, and we're more independent, and we can stay in our own homes longer with less, if any, costly long-term care. Everyone wins, including the taxpayer. We're living longer, healthier lives, and there are more of us. So expanded facilities are a real and present need right now. Councillor Louis' motion is important, and with respect, we urge you to respect it without delay and get the process started. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. There are no questions. I would offer personal thanks for the clarity and tenacity of your advocacy on seniors issues. Next up, we have Mr. Gurnam Renew, who is here from the Sunset Indo-Canadian Seniors Society. There are a lot of S's in this issue.
Chair and council members, I represent a large society that is called Sunset Indo-Canadian Senior Society. We meet every Thursday afternoon, 12 to 3 p.m. We have 150 registered members. And you can find our society on the internet. I have also been on the Special Advisory Committee on Seniors for 6 years, City Council here, up to 2000. We were also member of the Sunset Community Board till March. My other colleagues are here. My other colleagues who are here, they represent women group. That is also a large group. But the problem is we get only 3 hours a week. And you have already listened to these honorable speakers. There is a growing aging population in the neighborhood. I've been living in that neighborhood since April 1985. So I was also a member of that Sunset, where the old Sunset was. So first of all, I thank you on behalf of my society for bringing this motion. 2 weeks before, His Worship Mayor Gregory Robertson was with us in the community center for some celebration. When I discussed with him, he told me that the MP who represents that area and who is also a defense minister, Mr. Harjit Sajjan, Canadian defense minister, the mayor, honorable mayor, told me that Harjit Sajjan also spoke to me about the need of a center So site is available of the old Sunset Community Center. Location is East 51st Avenue and Prince Edward Street corner. That was, before that it was old Sunset Community Center. Site is there, need is very urgent. We have to socialize. We bring these old people from the isolation who live in the basements. We entertain them. We discuss their problem. We try to solve them as far as possible. So I again thank you very much for bringing this motion, and also on behalf of our women group and other groups are here, they also support this motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Renew. You don't have any questions. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. George Grant, who is here as the Secretary of the Southeast Vancouver Senior Arts and Cultural Society. Mr. Grant, if you'd like, you could, Susan, do you mind assisting with that?
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
That's
good.
advocacy from the disability community in action right there. Okay, I will start the timer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this motion. I am the Secretary of the Southeast Vancouver Seniors Arts and Cultural Centre Society. I speak in support of this motion and hope that a new centre will become a reality in a much shorter time than the 12 years that it has taken to get the Killarney addition approved, funded, and moving towards construction. As a secretary of the society, it is my job to keep the records. And sadly, I have to say that Lorna Gibbs is the only member of the original group still active in our society. Since the inception of the Killarney project, the rest of the originals have either left Vancouver, died, moved into care homes, or are suffering from debilitating illnesses that do not allow them to fully participate in society activities. One of my resources for the well-being of the elderly is Dr. Samir Sinha, a Toronto-based physician who is the director of geriatrics at Mount Sinai Hospital. He is a passionate advocate for older adults. In an article in the Ottawa Citizen, I believe it was in 2013, he considers seniors' activity centres to be an overlooked and undervalued resource for keeping older adults healthy and out of institutional care. He says senior centres could be storefront hubs of preventive care which may help reduce admissions to hospitals and relieve pressure on nursing homes. His research suggests that the elements of a 21st century senior centre should include programs geared to exercise, nutrition, chronic disease management, and the prevention of falls. Making such aspects of healthy aging available to more seniors could help reduce the delay or help reduce or delay the number of years they spend in illness or frailty, while also curbing rising healthcare budgets. He suggests harnessing the potential of senior centers to function as one-stop shops where older adults can find information about health services such as home and respite care. Dr. Sinha also notes that centers are also places for seniors who feel isolated and lonely to find friendship. Such connections help the elderly avoid depression, which can spiral into physical frailty and even dementia. As an example, Mississauga's Square One Older Adult Center has introduced an on-site social worker that offers counseling and support for seniors with mental health issues. The service is free to the center's members and doesn't cost the center extra money because a social worker simply uses the center as clinical space. Seniors feel more comfortable meeting with a social worker in space that is more familiar to the senior. Please consider expediting this project. If you would like a hard copy of my presentation, I would be pleased to email it to you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Grant. There are no questions, but I am guessing that we would all enjoy getting that presentation by email if you could send it.
I shall do that later this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mohinder Sidhu. Welcome, Ms. Sidhu.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. My name is Mohinder Sidhu, and I am a president of South Asian Women at Sunset Community Center and a member of South Vancouver Senior Art and Culture Society. I want to support Councillor Louis' motion to build a senior center at Sunset. Now I have to take buses everywhere to get the programs I need because there is not enough space for seniors programs at Sunset. Many of us would prefer to see the new center built right on Main Street so it is easy to get to by bus. In winter, arthritis can make walking even short distance very painful, especially uphill. We really need a good kitchen and dining room in the center where we can have a daily hot meal to take it home. Cooking good meals for one person when you are older is hard and not economical, so a good kitchen with a good cook would be welcome. If the dining room is big enough, it could be used for parties in the evening and games like table tennis during the day too. We also need space for a good size reading room and a secure place to store real books as well as electronic media like music and movies too. Seniors would enjoy a place outside their own homes that will be like a living room with a TV and a fireplace so people can just come and sit, play quiet board games or chat without having to pay for a course or a program. Space for a wellness clinic is also needed. We might find a volunteer with medical background who could check weight and blood pressure regularly and let seniors know how they are doing. It would be a good idea to have a social worker or a nurse could come sometimes to answer questions. A craft room with space for storage would be welcome with tables and chairs and electrical outlets for sewing machines brought in for a big project and or a displaying work would be a nice. Many of us would like some outdoor space like a track or exercise circle or just sit in the sun sometimes too. And we would like a little flexibility regarding time on culture days, so discussions, movies, or poetry readings don't have to be cut short because time has run out. I hope you will approve Councillor Louis' motion. Thank you very much for listening my concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Sidhu. Thank you very much for coming today. There are no questions from council.
Thanks.
Okay, the last speaker I have is Balwinder Singh Warwick, the Vice President of the Sunset Community Association.
Thank you. My name is Balwinder Singh Warwick. I'm the Vice President at the Sunset Community Association. I'm speaking for the motion. Respected Madam Chair, Council members, and guests. As we all know that the demand for the facilities for the seniors are to increase as the population ages, and South Vancouver Sunset area is currently underserved for aging populations. Research shows that older adults who who participate in the senior center programs can learn to manage and delay the onset of chronic diseases and experience measurable improvements in their physical, social, spiritual, emotional, mental, and economic well-being. Senior centers serve as a gateway to the nation's aging network, connecting senior adults to the vital community services that can help them stay healthy and independent. So it's a win-win for all of us. Given that the Sunset Community Center only have a limited space, but the association is doing its best to accommodate many groups, such as senior groups, cross-cultural Metro Vancouver Senior Network. They meet Monday mornings. South Mental Health Team is a Tuesday afternoon. South Asian Men's Group, Tuesday afternoon. South Asian Men Group, there are two South Asian men groups. They work on Tuesday and on Thursday. And as Mr. Ranu said, they have a membership of 150 plus. South Asian women groups, they meet on Friday afternoon. And I agree with Mr. Mahinder, my respected auntie, that if we had our own community center, there will be no time limits for storytelling. There will be no time limits on sharing their whatever they want to do. And Sunbright Chinese Senior Societies, they meet the Friday afternoon. The reason I'm reading these groups are, we are already have a lot of groups out there, seniors who could use their own senior center. So I am very supportive of it, and I wish that the council, or I'm hoping that the council will approve the Councillor Lewis motion. And largest senior program, we have social dances, Wednesday and Saturday, we have 40 plus on that. And then we have a pickleball. These all the programs the association currently are actually offering to all these senior groups without any charges, because we are part of that, we are part of that communities. So therefore, on behalf of the Sunset Community Associations, I am endorsing or supporting this motion and building a senior center in South Vancouver / Sunset area at the Sunset Community Center to fully utilize center amenities, because we do not want it to be duplicating it. I think it will make a common sense actually to attach it or detach it, whatever the planner feels best. It is close to it, and same time as a respected member of the advisory committee has suggested that it's better that it's close to the public transport, and it's also closer to where the bus stop is, so the seniors do not have to walk half a mile in order to enjoy the center. Finally, I want to thank you for giving me opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orich. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Okay, so we are through speakers. We did one round of questions. I guess I should put it out there that if folks on council had more questions, now would be a good time to press a button. Okay, Councillor Lee, questions?
Just further to some of the questioning that came earlier, we do have a age-friendly action plan for the city already. It's intended to create a safe, inclusive, engaging city for seniors, and it's part of the overall healthy city strategy. My understanding is that we've started work on looking at seniors' facilities as part of this strategy already. In fact, there's a number of actions underway, 60 actions in fact, that are underway in this part of the plan. But maybe the city manager, can you just describe to me what, if you can, I'm not sure you can, but some timelines on how that work is ongoing, and when do we expect to hear a little bit more back about this actions that are included as part of the healthy city strategy that council has already adopted?
Certainly, Madam Chair and Council, as I've indicated earlier during the questions, we are working on a broader strategy for seniors facilities across the city and would be planning to report back. I don't have a timeline on the 60 actions that you've indicated more broadly, but I'd be happy to provide a memo to update you on that work more generally.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next, it's not directly to staff, but I know that it's to Mayor Robertson. I know that the mayor, in fact, has had some conversations with our defense minister on this subject matter, and I'd encourage the mayor, if he has more to share on that conversation. I've certainly had some conversations with the minister But just to give some framework of our...
Could I just intervene here? Because we are in questions to staff, and that did not, it sounded like question to mayor, which means that it would go into the debate section of the agenda. So did you have any more questions for staff?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to move us to the main queue. Councillor Louis, did you want to push your button? There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I have moved the motion. You have obviously heard great support in regards to this this initiative from the community. I can assure you that there are many more that did not come today on the encouragement of some of us, that we had a heavy agenda already, but I can tell you that the support is immense for moving forward with this. I want to thank Commissioner Shum for coming today. And I know that the Park Board, Commissioner Evans has also been in communications with myself, and I believe both Commissioner Evans and Commissioner Shum have motions in at Park Board for consideration at their next board meeting in support of looking for a space for this facility. The motion that I've moved is more general in nature, to allow staff to look more carefully at where that site might be, whether it's co-location, whether it's accessible, and or otherwise available for seniors, but ensuring that we take into account the inputs from the advisory committee and others before we make a final decision. This is the preliminary work, and just to reiterate, this is how we had started the program 11 years ago, when I unfortunately had moved the motion to start Killarney Community Centre. It's hard to believe it's been that length of time. And in short order after that, the Park Board of the day, under the chairmanship of Raj Hundo, moved the motion to make land available at Killarney Community Centre and made that happen. And that was, I think, a start of a long initiative to leverage provincial and federal monies. It took longer than I had expected, or anyone had expected, and it was a harder task to make happen. I hope that that's not the case in this instance, that given our experience and the uptake and support that we have from the community and in general the wider need within our city, that both the provincial government and the federal government take up the opportunity to match the funding that we will make available in this instance for the building of a new community centre. As I indicated in my questions to staff, we have a plan that is being worked on in order to look at other facilities, and we intend, I think, as part of our overall larger planning, to embed that as part of our capital planning process as well, so that we can look at facilities in context of all the others. But given the a significant need in this part of our city, I think this is a good start. This fits in line with the motion that I'd also moved in regards to looking to revitalize the Punjabi market. This area of our city requires, I think, some significant attention from council to ensure that this business district continues to survive and provide the city services and commerce that it once had. And this is part of our effort to make that happen. And so I hope that we can garner the support, unanimous support of council in this regard. And I hope that it's a lot shorter in process than the last one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Mayor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, a big thank you to our speakers for coming to address council on this, and to your support for the motion. Thanks to Councillor Louis for bringing it forward. And I'm obviously very supportive of this. I would like to see it happen a lot more swiftly than Killarney was able to, and that it was a real challenge on the federal and provincial funding. So I'm hopeful that our unanimous call for this and the work we do with the community give us momentum to make sure the federal and provincial government are strong partners as well in supporting us and getting this built as soon as possible. And I do have a good feeling from our defense minister and the MP for the community that Honourable Mr. Sajjan is very interested and supportive of this. He will have his work to do with his colleagues in Ottawa, but he's certainly indicated to me that he's very supportive and would like to see this happen in his term. So the clock is ticking, obviously, for that. We will need to keep the pressure on. I've been thankful to have very clear sense of that pressure from the community, meeting with the Sunset Seniors Society and others in the community, hearing very clearly over the years from the leaders in the community. It's been obvious that we need more seniors facilities, more options and opportunities in South Vancouver, and particularly on the east side of South Vancouver. So this is, time has come. Let's try and move this aggressively forward, working all together on this. I think it's also a good opportunity with the provincial government going into election mode that we make sure they understand how important and urgent this is for our city and its residents, its seniors in particular. So I'm thankful again to the Seniors Advisory Committee and to Ms. McGuinness for coming forward, and we'll obviously need everyone at the table to make this the best possible outcome. And I know Councillor Louis spoken to whether there are opportunities with the Park Board and a strong partnership there, which we have in place, or other partnerships that we might have in the Punjabi market with the redevelopment that happens there. I think we've got a great opportunity in front of us, and we'll look forward to this being faster this time. Yeah, and be happy to move the amendment for this that the Seniors Advisory Committee has put forward to us.
I'm guessing that's friendly given the interchange that just took place. Okay. So the motion is to add
Representative from the Seniors Advisory Committee as a partner in the planning process.
Did anyone want to pull that for debate? Nope. Okay, I'm just going to go with that as friendly in the interest of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, geez. Okay, my hands are getting too hot. Here we go. Councillor DiGenova.
Hello, thank you. Sorry, I'm just bringing something up. It's my understanding that Commissioner Shum, who's here as the Vice Chair of the Park Board, had her request to speak in 11 minutes too late this morning, but she did send us all a short, actually quite a short letter, and I've received that now, and I understand that you know, in the interest of time and us having a lot of speakers today, that we couldn't be flexible with the rules. However, I understand that there was a suggestion that perhaps I could read a small portion of what she had written, so I will do that. I'm just pulling that up here right now. And Commissioner Shum's letter says that, I'll read it verbatim. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councillors. My name is Commissioner Erin Shum, and I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Louis' motion on building a senior centre at Sunset. I'm inspired by the Southeast Vancouver Senior Centre that has taken over a decade to build in Killarney. As the liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee at Park Board, I have put forward a motion at Park Board that will come forward at our next meeting. I will send this to the clerk to circulate to Mayor and Council. As a liaison to Killarney, I have learned the history from the pioneers of the Killarney Senior Centre, including Lorna Gibbs and the late Keith Jacobson and many others. I realize how important it is to build more social infrastructure for our aging population, with over 30,000 seniors living in Southeast Vancouver and the number steadily increasing with Vancouver's aging population. There is an overwhelming need for seniors facilities to provide recreation programming and resources for seniors in Vancouver. In addition, Park Board staff have indicated the need for recreation facilities for seniors, especially on the east side of Vancouver, and I have heard time and time again from the community and as a liaison to the City of Vancouver Seniors Advisory Committee how important it is to build social infrastructure to support the health and wellness of seniors. The Park Board is a leader in parks and recreation and providing services to people of all ages, including seniors. It has been suggested that connecting a senior center to a community center provides resources and integrates seniors in the community with people of all ages. My motion at Park Board asks that we follow the Killarney model in moving forward with this motion, and the Park Board allocates land and takes a leadership role in development of the proposed Sunset Senior Center. I ask councillors to consider working with the Park Board and at all levels of government to maximize the resources available to Vancouver seniors. And it's signed Commissioner Erin Shum, who is here in the gallery with us. Now, I'm running out of time here, so I've sent an amendment to the clerk, And I'm happy for it to be a friendly amendment if Councillor Louis sees it that way. And it just asks that we include in the, I'm not sure if it can be put up. It just asks that we include right here in the be it further resolved to work with the park board and the wider community. And I'm happy if very happy if Councillor Louis sees that as a friendly amendment.
Yes? Yep. Okay, thank you.
I did not strike and a representative from the Seniors Advisory.
Sorry, I'm not really sure.
I just wanted to make sure. There was a strike through. I just wanted to make it very clear that I was not proposing that we take out the Seniors Advisory Committee, as there was a strike through that when I read it on my screen. That was not a part of what I had sent to the clerk. Thank you. So in moving forward, I know that there are resources that are needed for seniors throughout our city. I thank all of the seniors who have come today and the pioneers of our center. Lorna Gibbs is here with us, George Grant. Unfortunately, Keith Jacobson couldn't be here, but I know that this would make him very happy. To not only see the Killarney Senior Center completed soon, but also to see more senior centers moving forward in Vancouver. That one center will certainly be underbuilt for what it needs to be, and I was concerned that I might not even see it built. So I'm happy that in moving forward together with all levels of government, I'm hoping that people will see the success of Killarney Senior Center and maybe we'll be able to fast track another senior center. So I thank Councillor Louis for bringing forward this motion. I do hope that there will be the opportunity again to, in moving forward with a model. I appreciate Councillor Louis adding the park board to that. And I understand that there are motions that have been put forward at the park board, and Commissioner Shum is looking at following the same model that I believe Vision Commissioner Raj Hundal had put forward to allocate land to the seniors center. And I know that certainly isn't something that will be done overnight.
So, Councillor DeGenova, you are over time. Did you want to get to a summary? Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I too am very happy to be supporting this, and thank Councillor Louis for putting it forward. Thank the Mayor for including the amendment. I had said that amendment into the clerk earlier, so I'm very happy to see it added to the motion. And to thank the speakers for coming, because you've really painted a clear picture of why we need this community, this senior center. It's to me. Not only because we have an aging population, and it'd be great if people wouldn't remind councillors who are moving towards that end of the spectrum, but we are, as we all are. And our population, as we all know, is especially with the boomers, is increasingly aging, and more facilities are going to be in greater need than ever before. Also, I just was very touched to hear such a clear picture painted by Ms. Sudhu of all the activities that happen in such a center. I mean, I think it makes it very concrete to hear all the different kinds of things that are needed to create quality of life for seniors. It certainly reminds me of the fact that I've just recently lost my parents, but they were able to live for many decades in their home more because of the senior center that they attended. It made such a difference for them in terms of their friendship network, the lunch program, the health facilities that were offered there. So I truly believe the fight for this and the collaboration in the community is really for a very worthwhile cause. So thanks again to Councillor Louis for putting it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball.
Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Louis and for being so gracious about the additions to his motion. I'd like to thank Commissioner Shum for appearing here today, for all the speakers who spoke to us about the very essential needs of seniors. I do know personally that, like Councillor Carr, my dad lived a lot longer because of the services at Brock House and Dunbar Community Centre, and because of his involvement in all of the areas that were there. So I do think that this is tremendously important. And to thank Ms. McGuinness for appearing on behalf of our Seniors Committee, who do such great work. And I know that all of them will be very happy to see this motion. So thank you to everybody. It's terrific work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. And as the other councillor, advisory councillor, I just also wanted to thank Colleen for coming today and for the work that the committee does, which is so important. And I too am very enthusiastic about this and look forward to going ahead soon. Thank you.
Thank you for those very concise comments, Councillor Stevenson. I'll just add my brief, concise comments too. I'd like to thank Councillor Louie for the motion and for his gracious acceptance of friendly amendments in a time-constrained day, and to Mayor Robertson for your words in support. I note that there's still, even with this motion passing, which looks likely a very large white spot on that map in northeast Vancouver, and I can't wait to see which councillor gets to that motion first to ensure that seniors in that part of town. I also wanted to thank Commissioner Aaron Shum for being gracious. I don't believe that we should provide privileges to an elected official that we wouldn't provide to the public, and the clock, as our clerk read it, was a little bit different, but I know clocks are a matter of some debate around here. So in any event, I appreciate that Commissioner Shum was gracious about it and that we were able to find a workable solution. With that, I will ask Councillor Louie, do you have any closing comments? All right, we will move to a vote then. All right, all of the votes are tallied and it is 100% in favor. Thank you, everyone, and thanks to the community. Okay, we are on to item number 3. It feels like a radical turn to a new topic of RCMP Fairmont Lands Policy Planning Program. Ms. Haid is here to provide a brief summary and we'll do a round of questions mindful of the time. Ms. Haid.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. Susan Haid, Assistant Director of Planning for Vancouver South. I just have some very brief introductory remarks to the report before you. We're here to seek council's endorsement of the proposed planning program and cost recovery budget to undertake planning to prepare a policy statement for the former RCMP Fairmont site, located on between 33rd and 37th Avenue in the Cambie Corridor. We've got members of the joint venture partnership here today, including Canada Lands Company and members from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And that partnership, which is really a groundbreaking partnership, who have acquired the site in 2014 and who have requested the city initiate a collaborative community planning and engagement process. We are proposing to launch the process this fall. We anticipate it's about a 12 to 18 month process, generally consistent with our policy statement processes, but recognizing that we currently have Cambie Corridor Phase 3 occurring in the area, so it's a very opportune time to coordinate these processes and the community engagement. So members of staff and the joint venture partnership are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haid. Councillor Carr does have some questions for you.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. My first question has to do with the section on page 4, which talks about, this is under the policy statements that are guiding the development, the green building policy for rezonings. Since the time, maybe since this was first written, we have had a council meeting where we passed a new target, which is zero emission buildings, to be included in new plans. So I'm wondering if we can make sure that that is modified so that we are achieving our zero building targets in new plans.
Yes, certainly we will. The policy statement will be consistent with current policy, so definitely good catch on that.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of first recommendation, endorse a planning program to develop a policy statement to guide redevelopment. I'm assuming because you have included the Riley Park South Cambie community vision sort of principles in there, that you will follow those. And that means sort of their general principles for large sites, as well as the very specific ones for the RCMP lands. Am I assuming correctly there?
Yes, that's generally correct. It certainly is one of the policy foundation or policy objective reports that serves as a foundation for planning. The large sustainable sites policy identifies the RCMP site in particular and references the RPSC vision and acknowledges that the recommendations in the RPSC vision are to be considered a base case in going forward. So it does enable change beyond the RPSC vision.
Right, okay. One of those is around assessing. One of the principles in the Riley Park South Cambie community visions is about assessing things, assessing transportation, parking, those kinds of things. I'm wondering if we will be doing, because it's been called for so frequently down the Cambie corridor, sort of an overall cumulative assessment of impacts of the development that has happened in the region. I mean, this is just one more of the large projects in the corridor, but I've just heard the public so many times call for a cumulative impact assessment. So I'm wondering if we could make sure that happens at this point.
Right, certainly between the variety of planning projects occurring in the corridor, including Cambie Phase 3, the RCMP site, we know Oak Ridge rezoning is coming back, and the major projects to the south.
Right.
We've also been hearing the request for more of a cumulative assessment of needs and impacts, and that is occurring through those variety of planning processes.
Yeah.
So we'll take that under advisement as well.
That would be, I would so much appreciate hearing, and each one of these major site developments, sort of a sense, this is the cumulative impact that we're expecting and how that will affect this site. My final question has to do with another statement that came out of the Riley Park South Cambie visions, and that is around incorporation of the community in the planning process. And it states in that document, from the earliest point in time, from the very beginning, from the get-go of planning. And I noticed that in the document that we have here, that the process would be one where the applicant and city staff work on options, and then we take the options to the public. Is there any way that we can actually involve the public, involve the community in the actual option determination phase, which is the earliest phase of this?
Yes, certainly. The steps that we identify in the planning process in the report are really the broad main 4 steps in the process. We will design a more specific engagement process once we launch the process. So part of the first launch step is to gain input from the community, identify interests, ideas, opportunities. We have been, and this is very early days, we've been floating the idea of, in that launch to developing principles, having a bit of a co-design session. So that's still to be determined, but we will seek input from the community, including RPSC, and that's a very good idea.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions now from Councillor Louis.
Briefly, just describe to me the interaction between the planning processes that we have underway. I know that your answer spoke to the amenities and how there's growing concern or in regards to whether or not we're meeting demand, but how are we flowing information when we are in the middle of a planning process for Phase 3 Cambie and then restarting Oak Ridge, for instance, and the adjacent sites, and then we have this initiative underway. There are many people that interact with all 3, and are we communicating with them as a group and so that they can understand the interplay and dynamics between them all, or not?
Yes, definitely. And I certainly think of Cambie Phase 3 as probably the most extensive initiative, where we have a distribution list of many thousands, and we've had engagement events, again, involving many thousands. So we're utilizing that vehicle as well as project-specific engagement and communication measures and coordinating between those. So for example, our Canby Phase 3 newsletters that have gone out to all households and stakeholders in the corridor study area. And those have been, I think we will be doing another newsletter probably in the fall, but it's really hitting every household and every stakeholder. So we also identify within that context other major projects that are happening and how they relate. So we're coordinating communications and we're coordinating planning.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. That is it for questions. So we will move to speakers. Our first speaker is Tracy Moyer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of the Standing Committee. It's Tracy Moyer, Chair of Oak Ridge-Langara Area Residents. Before you is one more major site in the Canby Corridor wishing to proceed to redevelop the land. OLAR has reviewed the joint venture guiding planning principles from October of last year, and we take comfort in principles of a triple bottom line to create a dynamic and attractive series of public spaces, fit within the neighborhood, support a diversity of housing needs, sustainability, high quality urban architectural and public realm design. Wow, these principles alone provide us some degree of comfort. We have heard Canada Lands is not about maximum density, but about optimal density. We welcome this perspective and it provides us some relief. We think the three nations are also different type of developers. We think they will use a long-term lens compared to developers we are more familiar with, whose lens is of a shorter term. This is exciting to us. We see an opportunity to work collaboratively with the partnership and city staff to develop the policy statement. Our challenge is how. We are always looking for ways to provide resident feedback and how to have it incorporated. I want to thank the 6 councillors who came to our hood to attend the Langara Gardens Town Hall, which was held last month. So alphabetically, I want to thank Councillors Affleck, Ball, Carr, DeGenova, Meggs, and Councillor Reimer. We acknowledge that your schedules are very full and very busy, and it takes guts to come and hear firsthand what is on the mind of your residents. We will ask to meet staff at their earliest convenience to see how we can add some additional public engagement components beyond the traditional ways. It is a challenge, but it behooves all of us to improve public engagement. On behalf of OLAR, we wish each and every one of you a nice summer. Enjoy your break. Hope you come back rested, relaxed, and refreshed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and also I'd like to thank both Councillor Carr and Louie for your questions to staff on this item so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, you do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Thank you again for all the work and for appearing so regularly and with such thoughtful comments to Council. My question is really around the public engagement process. You did talk about that. You heard me ask staff a question around the timing of that process. Do you think there's an advantage in involving the community in the stage prior to the, or during rather, the development of the actual options? Normally the options are developed and then taken out to the public for comment. What are the advantages or disadvantages of involving the community in the option formulation stage?
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate the question that you've already asked so much. We're of the belief that the best time to get engagement from the public is at the start, before anything is already predetermined. And a really key part of that is to look at the options, evaluate them, and hopefully come up with some type of idea that can meet all the various stakeholders' needs. Pretty hard to go and change things once things are already far down the path. That would be the best opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you, Ms. Moy.
Thank you.
I also have Monique Thank you. I'm sorry.
Right.
No, I have. I totally stumbling today on the S's and the CH's. So welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for permitting comments because I know you didn't have to do that today. The RCMP Fairmont lands lie within the QE neighborhood, and it feels to me that this neighborhood has had the most rezoning applications approved and proposed in the last 5 years than any other neighborhood in the city. And I would like Council to pass a moratorium on all Phase 3 rezoning applications that directly border or in a very close proximity to the site until both the policy statement and a plan have been made. Phase 3 deals in part with how to interface with large sites with existing neighborhoods, and it doesn't make sense to me to develop these sites without knowing what's going to be in the plan and what's going to be there. And already a house, 2 houses down from me, has been sold under Phase 3, and realtor land assembly signs have been erected. So it's starting. So that's why I would like that moratorium, so we can get the best outcome. I also know a number of people in my neighborhood do not feel that the city has listened to them when it came to the CCP Phase 2 rezoning applications. I know that city staff have invited OLAR to meet with them to discuss how to improve the consultation process when it comes to the Oak Ridge Mall redevelopment. I would like city staff to extend the same courtesy to the Riley Park South Canby Visions Group regarding RCMP Fairmont's land. Another thing I'd like staff to do is to remove any references to the proposed 33rd Avenue Transit Station. Now, I know in 2010, Councillor Reimer, you told me that it would be very unlikely that this station would be built. There was no money in the budget, and money would have to come from private funds, like a developer. Since then, the original site of the station has been sold. The alternative church site is not an option, and I don't believe there's been any talks with the park board, the only other site available. The amendment to the CCP to include local retail space around the 4 corners of the proposed station has been ignored, except for one small retail space in the development where the station was originally sited. Also, 2 high-level Translic members have said off record that the station will never be built and it does not even meet the criteria for locating stations for them. So for me, it's very highly unethical and misleading to continue to use the station either as a marketing tool or reason for increased density. People are making decisions to move into the neighborhood in part believing that that station is going to be built, when in reality, it's very unlikely. And lastly, in the supporting documentation, there's a lot of talk of numerous opportunities for public involvement in the planning program. You can have many open houses, workshops, surveys, coffee shops, chats, and nice presentations. But if after all that, the public walks away feeling that they have not been heard or that their input was irrelevant, the consultation process was not a success. And this comment I'm directing to staff. Please think outside the box and not do the same old thing. Give the community the ability to participate early enough in the process before a decision or concept is too far developed in order for it to be modified. Begin at the conceptual phase and build in opportunities to share ideas. Do not present preconceived decisions that are too far developed to be reviewed by the community. And in saying that, I do want to conclude with saying, I think, I know personally, I'm really excited that this plan is going ahead. I think it's a really unique opportunity for the city and our neighborhood. And I've met Susan. I haven't met Canada Lands yet, but I've heard good things about them. So I'm really hopeful that I think we can be collaborative and this can be something really good. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Chop-Chuik. Was that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Thank you. There are no questions. So that is it for the registered speakers, which brings us back to either, questions to staff. So if you're on the list and have a question for staff, this is your moment.
Just briefly on the issue of consultation that Ms. Moyer had brought up. My questions earlier were in that regards. We engage early with specifically in the area, we engage early, do we not, in the development, and I would envision that we would engage early with the public as we develop this RCMP site as well. Can you just confirm that to me?
Yes, that's confirmed, and certainly as part of the launch, we're seeking input from the community groups. We're happy to meet with RPSC. We did do that on Cambie Phase 3, and we will continue to reach out and collaborate. So we will consult early. We will also coordinate with the Cambie Phase 3 planning initiative, and I think the timing of both planning initiatives are actually dovetailing very, very nicely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to move a motion if there's no other questions.
I believe that there are not. Councillor Paul, did you have questions? Okay, I'm just going to advance. And Councillor Liu, I have to move us to a different queue, so maybe just hold up there a minute. Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haid. Thank you. Living in the neighborhood, I'm really aware of the feelings about every aspect of this process. And just because of some early issues in the whole process of the Cambie corridor, which does include this area, I think that the recent open house in Langara was a really good example of how to connect and to actually have people know that people are there listening. So the more that we can have of that kind of one-on-one or a group where people actually see you and can feel you and touch you, I think is a really important issue. Well, you know, shaking hands, whatever. So I just would like to thank you for that initiative, but also being able to do more of that when we move forward with this lands. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. I had two questions. One, I was hoping, given the comments from the community members that they haven't met the Canada Lands folks, perhaps you could just wave so that they can visually identify you when they see you, okay? And then the other question, it would be so fabulous to get a new name for this area. Is that part of the process? Like RCMP Fairmont Lands doesn't really inspire.
Yes, I agree, and I know even in the request that we've had from the joint venture partnership, it's referred to as the Heather Street lands, and I think to shift our working title, or if we've got, you know,
That's possible.
I agree that use is no longer on the site, and it's confusing and not really reflective of where we're going forward. So we would be happy to shift that to a consistent working title of the Heather Street lands, and as the plan evolves, we can perhaps generate you know, a name for the community with the community.
That would be fabulous.
The partners.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to move us over to the main queue. Councillor Louis, you had a motion.
Happy to move the motion as recommended by staff. Just briefly to say that I am appreciative that where we are, that is, we're at the very early stages, but I intend to hopefully have I appreciate moving the podium down just a little bit so I can see your faces. But we are in the early stages. I look to this area as a real opportunity, I think, to build an even new community right in that spot, and it's hopefully will work well with our planning work that we're underway on and phase 3 as well, and that's why I was asking the earlier questions. Just so that I don't have to get back on queue, Councillor Carr had wanted, I think, and she had indicated she wanted the community to be involved, which I thought all it was. I will accept it as friendly. It's not a problem for, I think, because staff have already said that. So if we want to just put the language in together and make it more clear that the community is to be involved at the early stages, I think that's fine.
Council, sorry, for the benefit of all of those who think that Raymond, Councillor Louis has a good mind reading ability, Councillor Carr did email it out to all of us, so we are very aware of the language. So while the clerk's bringing that up, I'll just move us along to Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. I think that some of the members of the public are looking for a little bit more greater size on that, but let me read to you that what I added was that council directs staff to involve the community from the beginning of the planning process, including the development of conceptual development options. So thank you, Councillor Louie, for including it in the motion. And I just want to speak in support of the motion. I love it when people come and state what they like about a planning process that we're about to embark on. That bodes well in my mind, that that the principles that have been incorporated and the details that you see in the launch of this process has hit the right mark in terms of the community. So I'm very excited myself to see this process moving forward, and I'll leave it at that. Full support here.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All right, so that brings us to the vote. Councillor Ball, did you want me to? Yeah, no, mine's getting a bit sluggish. Okay, there we go. So everyone has voted and we are unanimously in favor of moving forward. Thank you very much to staff. Okay, I'm going to suggest, even though I know there's no such thing as a 5-minute break, that we very quickly take a 5-minute break to get whatever coffee, water, bathroom break, or whatever we need to be back here at 2:35 with staff and council in the chambers. Okay, if you're a counselor and you could hear my voice, could you please make your way back to chambers?